If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 71, Chapter 70. The Ancient One turned her gaze towards Fango and said, I am open to negotiating conditions as well. Are the sorcerers of Camartage incapable of affording it? Fango replied, placing his hand on his forehead. No, what I mean is. Look, I'm not a malevolent person. I simply wish to touch it. What harm could come from that? I believe my sincerity is evident, right? So, according to you, this attitude qualifies as sincerity? Inquired the Ancient One. Fango couldn't help but scratch his head and responded, Madam Ancient One, I don't think you want your disciple, Strange, to face any trouble, do you? I hope you carefully consider my suggestion and allow me to touch your time stone. Please don't underestimate me. That doesn't sound very friendly, remarked the Ancient One. Upon hearing this, a perplexed expression crossed the Ancient One's face. But are you absolutely certain that you only want to touch the time stone and not take it away from me? If possible, of course, I would like to borrow it for a few days, Fango shrugged, not lying. I want to make a wish using the Infinity Stones. But I've heard that you need to collect all 6 of them. Rest assured, I will keep my word and definitely return it to you once I'm finished. Are you sure? The Ancient One looked at Fango and asked. I'm sure, Fango nodded. Understanding the usage of the time stone was complicated, and one had to learn the related spells to fully comprehend it. However, Fango was genuinely too lazy to delve into those intricate matters. This preference could be observed from the game itself. He particularly disliked complex and tedious modules. Even if he truly desired the Infinity Stones, Fango's first choice would undoubtedly be the Power Stone. Leaving aside the other reasons, it was straightforward and direct. Simply embed it into a weapon, roll up his sleeves, and get down to business. However, what surprised Fango was the Ancient One's sudden shake of the head. I have observed the future multiple times, the Ancient One spoke slowly. With over 90% probability, you do not return the time stone, and you even leave this world with it. What? Fango was taken aback. No, why would I do that? I cannot see the specific images, continued the Ancient One. As a ruler of a dimension, you control a mysterious and ancient unknown world. The laws of time do not apply to you. The reason I glimpsed those futures was that I saw the futures of other individuals connected to you, not yours. I'm a ruler of a dimension, that's right, Fango muttered, his eyes twitching. He essentially owned the entire Minecraft world as a backstage. Upon careful consideration, it seemed to align with the setting of the Lord of Dimensions. He had simply never thought about it before. The last scene I can see is you shattering Strange's confidence and courage, the Ancient One slowly continued. You take the time stone from the Eye of Agamotto and place it inside a pocket watch. Since then, no subsequent Sorcerer Supreme possesses the time stone. Hey? A pocket watch? Fango was momentarily stunned but quickly grasped the idea. Yes, that was the equivalent exchange item in the equivalent exchange mod. The Watch of Flowing Time, an artifact said to control time at will, resembled items like the Eye of Agamotto. The principle behind this object likely involved interfering with the curvature of time through the density and energy of dark matter. However, it is worth mentioning that this item differed from the Void Ring. To fully utilize its functionality, EMC energy needed to be consumed. Fango speculated for a moment, thinking that this might be the reason he acquired the time stone. Perhaps he later obtained the Watch of Flowing Time artifact, but, since he hadn't unlocked the equivalent exchange mod itself, he lacked the EMC value. Consequently, he scoured the world in search of something that could substitute for the EMC value to power the pocket watch. In the end, he discovered that the time stone seemed capable of fulfilling that role, so he simply used it as a battery. If that were the case, then he genuinely had to take the time stone. However, the Ancient One would undoubtedly not allow it. It wasn't because she was being obstinate or anything, but the time stone did hold immense significance. In the Doctor Strange storyline, without the time stone, Stephen Strange wouldn't have possessed the qualifications to negotiate with Dormammu. In such a scenario, the entire Earth would have been consumed by the dark dimension, resulting in the end of the world. Well, how about this? Fango pondered for a moment and then proposed his suggestion to the Ancient One beside him. What if we reach a compromise? Let's hear it, the Ancient One responded. You bring out the time stone and allow me to study it, Fang Mo suggested. As a cost, I won't take the time stone for now, and I'll let Strange use it against Dormammu. And then you approach Strange to acquire the stone. The Ancient One looked at Fang Mo. You know I won't live much longer, so you plan to go to Strange after my passing to obtain it. Well, what do you suggest, then? Fang Mo shrugged. The time stone is important to me as well, but as the Sorcerer Supreme, it's your treasure. I don't want to forcibly take it. But you sorcerers who play with the time stone always enjoy negotiating conditions, right? That works for me. We can discuss and establish a price when the time comes. But let me clarify beforehand, I'm not Dormammu. When I talk about negotiating conditions, I mean a proper negotiation. If you attempt to manipulate time loops, don't blame me for retaliating. No, you've misunderstood. After hearing Fang Mo's words, the Ancient One suddenly shook her head. I have no intention of making things difficult for you. Oh. Fang Mo looked at her in surprise. What do you mean? Since the moment you arrived in this world, I have already noticed you, the Ancient One spoke slowly. I know that you control an ancient and unknown dimension. Initially, I thought you were like other dimensional demons, wanting to devour and destroy this world, and I was planning to expel you as soon as possible. However, for some reason, I felt a sense of unease. So I used the Eye of Agamotto to peer into the future. Do you know what I saw? What did you see? Fang Mo grew curious. It was revenge from another world, the Ancient One replied. Once you are killed, banished, or imprisoned by me or anyone or anything else, you will unleash terrible revenge upon this world. In all the futures I observed, you submerge the land, shatter the sky, tunnel through the Earth's core, cause a collision between the moon and the Earth, and even bring some kind of terrifying bacteria from that world, along with indescribable entities capable of collapsing the universe. Neither the sanctum's barriers nor time loops can prevent you from departing or descending into this world. The planets of the entire universe become contaminated, everything crumbles, and no one can withstand your hostility and rampage. Your atrocities are known from Xandar to the Kree civilization. Every time you are killed or defeated, when you return, you grow even stronger, carrying more seething malice and hatred. Eventually, even the Celestials, cosmic entities, and others become incapable of matching your power. Chapter 72, Chapter 71. After listening to the Ancient One's entire statement, Fang Mo had a rough understanding. Having his own Minecraft world, from the perspective of the Marvel Universe, it was clear that he resembled a dimensional ruler. Upon careful consideration, it seemed to hold true. After all, Fang Mo was already considered immortal. The system had previously stated that he was currently in survival mode, meaning that even if Fang Mo died, he could be resurrected in the Minecraft world. This was akin to being a dimensional ruler. No matter how he was killed, he couldn't truly die. At most, he could only be expelled. Fang Mo's personality was actually quite simple. He treated others the same way they treated him. When playing games and encountering friendly and cute NPCs, even if he selected the wrong option, he would reload and try again. But if it was those disgusting NPCs, he would reload and find various ways to kill them 1,000 times over. Thus, what the Ancient One said was indeed correct. If Fang Mo were to be killed in the Marvel world, then his equipment would definitely drop to the ground. If his equipment were destroyed, it would become a life and death grudge. Even if Fang Mo didn't eat or drink, he would find a way to seek revenge. It would be best to make the other party regret and suffer immensely. Initially, the Ancient One probably wanted to expel him. But after seeing the future, she gave up on that plan. That's why Fang Mo had to wait until the Battle of New York to meet the Ancient One. It wasn't that the Ancient One didn't know about Fang Mo's existence, but Fang Mo was someone she couldn't afford to provoke. If he wasn't provoked, he would be a friendly player, but once provoked, he would turn into a hardcore player. Who could withstand that? So the Ancient One was in a bit of a dilemma. On one hand, she wanted to protect the Time Stone for Doctor Strange, but on the other hand, she was afraid that Fang Mo would destroy the world. However, after examining the future, the Ancient One understood Fang Mo's temperament to some extent. She knew that he was the type of person who would respond in kind to how others treated him. After much contemplation, the Ancient One decided to express friendliness to Fang Mo first. And it turned out that she made the right decision. When the Ancient One unsuspectingly opened the Eye of Agamotto and handed the Time Stone to Fang Mo, it was Fang Mo who became hesitant. If it had been the Space Stone, the Mind Stone, or even the Tesseract, he wouldn't have felt this way. After all, those things were either ownerless objects or had been taken away by others. If Fang Mo took them, it would highlight his moral high ground and his commitment to defending world peace. But the Time Stone was different. It was a sacred artifact passed down by the supreme sorcerers of Camartage. Fang Mo couldn't help but feel like he was stealing someone's family heirloom hidden under a bed. He could take it, but it felt subtly unpleasant. But regardless of his discomfort, the Time Stone was now right in front of him. The system notifications were exploding in his mind, so his top priority at the moment was to unlock the mod. As for the troublesome matters, he would deal with them later. With that in mind, Fang Mo started studying the Time Stone in front of him. System prompt, Time Lore researched. You have gained 10% download permission for new mods. System prompt, Time Stone item researched. You have gained 15% download permission for new mods. System prompt, Time Element researched. You have gained 10% download permission for new mods. Holy cow! After hearing the 3 consecutive system prompts, Fang Mo was instantly shocked. This was the most outrageous item Fang Mo had ever seen. It actually activated 3 mods at once. This was really amazing. Although unlocking these mods seemed troublesome, just the thought of delving into time-related mods. It was already impressive, right? Moreover, if Fang Mo remembered correctly, there was also a mod for the Infinity Gauntlet in Minecraft. Could it be unlocked by collecting the gems? Thinking about this, Fang Mo couldn't help but feel excited. It seems like you've finished researching, said the Ancient One, seeing the change in Fang Mo's expression. So, are you satisfied with the results? Very satisfied, Fang Mo replied, directly handing the Time Stone back to her. By the way, I'm interested in learning the spell to open portals. As the dimensional ruler, you should be unable to use the spells of Camartage. The Ancient One took the Time Stone and placed it back into the Eye of Agamotto. But if you are interested in this kind of magic, you can visit Camartage. Even though it's a completely different magic system, there are some mysteries worth exploring and researching there. Of course, the condition is that you don't destroy the world. A guy named Nick Fury already told me something similar, and now you are reminding me again, Fang Mo rubbed his forehead. As someone as kind as me, it's hard to believe that I could destroy the world, right? The Ancient One didn't say anything, she just silently looked at Fang Mo. Alright, I won't destroy it, okay. Fang Mo felt a bit helpless and decided to change the topic. By the way, have you decided how many years from now you are going to die? Doctor Strange will inherit my mantle. His talent is extraordinary, and he will definitely become the greatest sorcerer supreme, the Ancient One said. To protect the peace of the earth, I have been using the power of the dark dimension to prolong my life for too long. I have even been misunderstood by Caecilius regarding my intentions. I think, it's time for me to fulfill my mission. After you die, how about joining me to explore other worlds? Fang Mo asked. If I encounter a world similar to Journey to the West in the future, what do you think of forming a team with Saitama, Dr. Manhattan and others to embark on a bald pilgrimage to the West? You can become the Buddha yourself. What is that? The Ancient One hesitated. In fact, unless pushed to the brink, how could someone think about death? Especially someone like the Ancient One, who stood almost at the pinnacle of the earth. She definitely had curiosity about the outside world. However, Fang Mo's words seemed a bit off, so she couldn't help but hesitate. What you said? I see you constantly striving to protect the earth. I thought of bringing some fun for you, Fang Mo shrugged. Finding some fun is not to reward your efforts but to keep yourself somewhat sane and continue being a normal person. Have you ever thought about how long it has been since you had some fun? The world is actually vast, why not go and see it for yourself? Well, you still have a few years before you die, right? You can consider what I said, Fang Mo raised his shoulders. With the Bible he had in his hands, which could capture any creature, he was really curious about what would happen if he brought a living being from one world to another. At the moment, the Ancient One's attitude towards him was indeed quite friendly, so saving her life shouldn't be a big deal. Maybe after Doctor Strange knew that he had saved his teacher, his favorability would skyrocket, and he would be willing to give up the Time Stone. Besides, Fang Mo wasn't planning to bring the Ancient One back to the Minecraft world. He would try to place her soul into the Bible and then store the Bible in his inventory space, waiting until he arrived in the next world. I need to consider it seriously. After a moment of contemplation, the Ancient One finally spoke to Fang Mo. All right, then take your time, Fang Mo nodded. I'll go get the Tesseract first, or else someone else might take advantage of it. Go ahead, the Ancient One nodded, and then she lifted her hand to undo the mirror dimension. Fang Mo immediately flew up into the air, drew out the hellish cleaver, and took care of 2 Chitauri aircraft. Then he teleported away from the New York sanctum, his figure getting smaller and smaller until he completely disappeared. However, only his voice continued echoing in the sanctum. I'll come find you on the day of your funeral. Chapter 73, Chapter 72. I must say, the magic barrier of the New York sanctum is quite effective. Although the Chitauri soldiers occasionally managed to break in, it wasn't until Fang Mo left the sanctum that he realized the stark contrast between the inside and outside. Inside the barrier, it was still relatively quiet, but outside, chaos had completely taken over. Chitauri aircraft were causing destruction everywhere, especially to the cars on the sides of the roads. Almost none of them were intact, and various buildings were on fire, billowing smoke. Deafening explosions could be heard from all directions, and everything seemed to be in complete disarray. Fang Mo couldn't be bothered with these minions and flew straight towards the Stark Tower. However, as he approached the portal, more and more Chitauri soldiers gathered around, and soon the enemies noticed him and launched an attack. Fang Mo casually threw the hellish cleaver. The thick and heavy blade spun through the air like a door, cutting all Chitauri aircraft in its path into 2 segments. Then it flew back into Fang Mo's hand, and the next second, a large amount of fire erupted in mid-air. However, Fang Mo's attack seemed to attract even more Chitauri soldiers. Soon, countless aircraft began to converge towards him, and even several Leviathan warships followed suit. Is this it? Seeing the Chitauri soldiers swarming like locusts in front of him, Fang Mo simply raised a hand. Just as the Chitauri soldiers lifted their guns, they were suddenly pulled forcefully towards a certain spot in the air and squeezed together. The pulling force was so strong that not only the Chitauri soldiers in midair but also anything within its range of gravity, such as a large number of building debris, wrecked cars, street lamps, asphalt roads, soil, glass, and even the Leviathan warships, all started uncontrollably flying towards the sky. Finally, Fang Mo clenched his palm in the air, and a burst of gravity erupted. Blood began to splatter madly, and in midair, a huge solid sphere composed of flesh, metal, and debris appeared. After dealing with the nearby enemies, Fang Mo released the gravity and continued flying forward. The enormous sphere lost its gravity and crashed to the ground, causing a tremendous tremor that shook half of New York. I must admit that the Void Ring's crowd control ability is indeed excellent. After dealing with a large number of Chitauri soldiers, Fang Mo encountered little resistance and quickly flew to the vicinity of the Stark Tower. At this moment, the portal in midair was still continuously spewing out enemies. One aircraft flew towards Fang Mo's position, but before it could launch an attack, it was suddenly hit by a beam, causing it to explode. Immediately after, a figure in gold and red flew into Fang Mo's line of sight. Have you finished carving the magic circle? Tony Stark continued to attack other aircraft while asking Fang Mo. Although I don't know what you're talking about, Fang Mo shrugged and casually used gravity to crush a few approaching enemies. But I've already taken care of my end. Can you start doing the real work now? I'm almost at my limit, Stark replied. After dealing with the wave of enemies, Stark pointed to his chest with his finger and said, I've only made one of these new reactors. I only have 5% of the total energy left. If I keep fighting, I'll have to join Captain and take down the aliens barehanded. Why don't you go join him now and, ideally, in the middle of the fight, give an evil smile and voluntarily tear Captain's shirt in half to reveal his muscular physique inside, Fang Mo said with a mischievous smile. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo chuckled in a perverse manner. Everyone loves that. Who would enjoy such a bizarre thing? Stark couldn't help but exclaim. We're facing a global crisis now. Can't you take it seriously? Boom. Before Tony Stark could finish his sentence, a nearby building suddenly made a loud noise, followed by a Leviathan warship emerging from it. The building quickly collapsed behind the warship. Damn whale creature! Stark immediately wanted to rush over and attack the Leviathan. But before he could activate his armor, Fang Mo had already teleported in front of the Leviathan. The Leviathan also noticed the sudden appearance of the small creature in front of it and instinctively opened its mouth, swallowing Fang Mo whole. However, the next second, the repulsive field was activated. The Leviathan let out a scream, and its entire body rapidly swelled, turning into a huge ball. With a loud bang, it exploded into a bloody shower, scattering soldiers, chunks of flesh, and viscera all around. The surrounding outer walls of buildings were instantly covered with a thick layer of blue-purple slime, dripping slowly. Ugh! Stark almost vomited when he saw this scene. In a flash of darkness, Fang Mo had returned to Stark's side, remarkably clean without any suspicious fluids on him. "Do you have any spare earphones?" Fang Mo looked at the nearby portal and turned to Stark. "Can you lend me one? I connect directly to the channel with my helmet." Stark shook his head and asked, "What do you want to say to the others?" "As long as it's not some weird nonsense or gibberish, I can relay the message for you." Initially, Fang Mo didn't have anything in mind, but upon hearing the word gibberish, he suddenly felt a surge of excitement. "Hello, everyone. I'm Michael Jordan," Fang Mo immediately said. "What?" Stark, who was confused, was taken aback. However, before he could say anything, Fang Mo suddenly raised his hand, and the ground beneath them started to shake. Countless soil, rocks, debris, cars, and even corpses floated up slowly and molded into a huge solid sphere not far away. With a wave of Fang Mo's hand, the enormous stone sphere floated toward the portal in mid-air, completely blocking it. "What's this?" The Avengers fighting below were stunned by the scene. Captain America saw the stone sphere in mid-air and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He immediately spoke into his earpiece, "Tony, it seems you were right. Fang Mo has indeed given us a big surprise. He calls this thing a basketball." Soon, a helpless voice came through the earpiece, "I have to admit, I don't like basketball, but his dunking move was quite cool. By the way, he asked me to help ask you all if anyone has seen Nebula." "I saw Nebula," Barton's voice quickly came through. "She just flew past me on a spacecraft. Looks like she's injured." "Copy that," Stark responded, then turned to Fang Mo and said, "Nebula is with Hawkeye." "Okay, I'll go directly and deal with her." Fang Mo rested the hellish cleaver on his shoulder and waved to Stark, "Let's go, lead the way." Stark didn't say anything, jets of flame erupted from his feet, and he flew forward. Soon, the two of them found Nebula. She had been severely slapped by the Hulk earlier and almost had her body twisted into a pretzel. However, even so, she still tightly gripped the Mind Stone scepter, continuously commanding the Chitauri soldiers and urging them to attack. But as soon as Fang Mo saw her, the outcome was already determined. Banch 10 in, Universal Pole, Fang Mo raised his hand, and Nebula, sitting on a spacecraft in the distance, suddenly felt a terrifying suction force. She uncontrollably flew towards a certain direction. Nebula's combat instincts were much stronger than Loki's. Even in mid-air, she quickly adjusted her angle and thrust the Mind Stone scepter towards Fang Mo's chest, seemingly intending to use the attraction to launch a counterattack against Fang Mo. However, when it came to combat, Fang Mo didn't think he was inferior to anyone. Just as Nebula was about to touch Fang Mo, darkness flashed, and Fang Mo had already teleported behind her. The hellish cleaver directly severed her arm, and then Fang Mo seized the Mind Stone scepter, which still had half of Nebula's arm attached to it. As for Nebula, after losing the source of gravity, she fell straight down. "All right, another one taken care of." After obtaining the Mind Stone scepter, Fang Mo broke off Nebula's severed hand and casually threw it away. Then, he looked directly at the nearby Stark Tower and said, "Only one left. You go ahead, I only have 3% of energy left." Seeing Fang Mo swiftly deal with Nebula, Stark also breathed a sigh of relief. Natasha just found Dr. Eric Selvig. He said that the scepter and the tesseract are sources of the same energy and can be used to close the teleportation device. Close the portal. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo instinctively looked up at the portal in mid-air. At this moment, the portal had been securely blocked by the stone sphere, and it was clear that the Chitauri soldiers on the other side were attacking the sphere. Surprisingly, it was working well as the sphere was continuously absorbing new material to repair itself. Although it was much smaller than the real Chibaku Tensei, it couldn't be easily shattered by a group of Chitauri foot soldiers. It had to be said that gravity manipulation was truly a divine-level ability. It was no wonder Nagato, a good child, suddenly became obsessed with it and started calling himself a god after obtaining the Rin-Egan. "How do we close it?" Stark didn't know what Fang Mo was thinking and immediately said, "The aliens around us are still wreaking havoc, and we're already reaching our limit. Although your magic is powerful, it must also consume stamina, right? If you can't hold on for much longer, you can grab burgers on the side. What about the nuclear missile? Fang Mo asked. What? Stark was momentarily stunned. Nuclear missile? What nuclear missile? But in the next second, his communicator suddenly heard the voice of Nick Fury. Stark, can you hear me? Hey! Upon hearing Nick Fury's voice, Stark immediately had a bad feeling. Tell Fang Mo for me. Nick Fury's voice sounded somewhat exhausted, but his words made Stark suddenly breathe a sigh of relief. I intercepted 3 nuclear missiles for him. He doesn't need to use that Tengai Shinsei. Madara dropped the meteor thing in Washington, D.C. What's wrong? Fang Mo also noticed Stark's expression and asked directly, did Nick talk to you? How many minutes until the nuclear missile arrives? Nick said he intercepted 3 nuclear missiles for you. Stark's expression at this moment was somewhat complicated. Chapter 74, Chapter 73. 3 nuclear missiles. After hearing Stark's statement, Fang Mo was momentarily stunned. It seemed that these members of Congress were truly ruthless. In the original work, 2 nuclear missiles weren't enough, they had actually prepared a backup plan. Fortunately, Nick Fury had some brains and remained vigilant about this matter after being reminded by Fang Mo, managing to intercept them without any danger. Otherwise, Fang Mo might have really had to find a way to level Washington, D.C. Though it was just a movie and not directly related to reality, these congressmen were all of the same kind: bald, stupid, and drunk on power. They always prioritized saving themselves by any means necessary. So, can we close the portal now? Stark asked Fang Mo after digesting the information about the nuclear bomb. I didn't know Nick Fury was this smart, Fang Mo shrugged. But before we close the portal, I still have one thing to do. Otherwise, even if we close the portal, it will be useless. What is it? Stark asked. Dealing with the alien mothership, Fang Mo pointed to the nearby portal. Do you see the portal over there? On the other side is a Chitauri mothership, even larger than some Mass Effect ships. To deal with those soldiers, we need to blow up the mothership. Even larger than what? Stark was taken aback. How do we attack it then? Originally, I was thinking of having you carry the nuclear bomb inside to blow it up, Fang Mo said. But I feel that's a bit insane, and it's also likely to cause you to suffer from war-induced post-traumatic stress disorder or something. So, I think it's better if I handle it. So, you're gonna carry the nuclear bomb? Stark asked, a bit confused. No, Fang Mo revealed a terrifying smile. I am the nuclear bomb. Isn't that very dangerous? Stark looked at Fang Mo and couldn't help but say, both Thor and I can fly. Shouldn't we go with you? Don't worry, Fang Mo patted Stark's shoulder with a smile. You. However, before Fang Mo could finish his sentence, a sudden system prompt sounded. System prompt, you have acquired the download permission for a new module, having obtained knowledge of the destroyer and iron armor structures. System prompt, downloading the Tinker Construct armor. Oh, so this module was on you. Fang Mo's expression suddenly became astonished upon hearing the system prompt. I never expected that this myth and technology combination was the unlocking condition for the module. What did you say? Stark was once again unclear about what was happening and was momentarily stunned. It's nothing, just took a little advantage from you. Fang Mo was quite happy, though. He had been waiting for the Tinker Construct armor module for a long time. Anyway, I'll take care of the main task first. We'll talk later. After saying that, Fang Mo teleported and disappeared on the spot. Since the Mind Stone was currently on his own body, Fang Mo wasn't afraid of the people below accidentally closing the portal once he entered space. After a few teleportations, he appeared directly beneath the portal. With a slight thought, the floating stone ball forcefully squeezed into the portal, followed closely by Fang Mo. When Fang Mo rushed into the portal, he instantly felt the surroundings become extremely dark and silent. As far as the eye could see, it was a dim space filled with the void of the universe. At the same time, the vacuum of space began to tear at his body. However, because he had consumed a whole set of essence berries, his physical qualities had become stronger than Thor's. Considering that the Asgardians could move in space, Fang Mo didn't get hurt, but he felt a bit uncomfortable. However, the space in the universe is inherently unbreathable, and suffocation can be considered one of the few means to harm Fang Mo. So he needed to act quickly. Fang Mo looked up and instantly spotted the nearby mothership. It was quite large, making the living battleship Leviathan seem like a small bug in comparison. However, Fang Mo didn't have time to think too much. He activated the teleportation ability of the Void Ring directly. Fang Mo's teleportation was determined by his line of sight, and in the vacuum of space, there were no particles obstructing his vision. Therefore, his teleportation ability was greatly enhanced in this environment. In an instant, he appeared on the Chitauri mothership. Looking at the enormous black mothership beneath his feet, Fang Mo slowly extended his hands, and the output of the Void Ring reached its peak. Smiling, Fang Mo uttered, "Shinra Tensei." This was the first time Fang Mo had activated the Void Ring at maximum power. The terrifying spherical force field centered around him, madly sweeping towards the surroundings. The armor of the Chitauri mothership was instantly torn apart by the violent repulsive force, and then the force field continued to expand. Soon, the entire mothership began to deform and collapse under the pressure. The mothership was abruptly snapped in half from the middle, and then, whether it was the engines or something else, there was an explosion. The erupting flames soared into the sky, accompanied by the repulsive force, tearing the entire mothership into countless tiny space debris. Even the Leviathan warships that hadn't managed to flee far were crushed into clusters of stardust by this terrifying force field. With the destruction of the control center on the mothership, the Chitauri Legion in the vicinity quickly lost their response. Both the spacecraft and the Leviathan beasts ceased all activities and continued moving forward in space only through inertia. As for the remnants of the Chitauri forces on the battlefield in New York, they met the same fate. Seeing this situation, the Avengers team breathed a sigh of relief. They knew that Fang Mo had succeeded, and Stark and Thor, who could fly, flew directly to the top of the building, waiting for Fang Mo's return. In less than half a minute, a flash of black light, and Fang Mo appeared in front of the two. "It seems like you've got it done." Seeing Fang Mo appear, Stark couldn't help but exhale, "Thank goodness. Both my armor and I were running out of energy. Let's go eat something later. I remember there's a Turkish barbecue restaurant a few blocks away. My treat." "Fang Mo, deactivate this device." Thor also spoke from the side, "It's time to end this war." Fang Mo didn't say anything but nodded and took out the scepter from behind. He inserted it into the center of the teleportation device, and soon the Tesseract stopped its activation, and the portal in midair slowly closed. And it was at this moment that a system prompt sounded in Fang Mo's mind once again. System prompt, detected new module features. Research to obtain download permission. Chapter 75, Chapter 74. With Fang Mo's help, the intense New York War, which had caused a global uproar, finally came to an end. Thor wasn't stabbed by his younger brother with a small knife, and Stark didn't sacrifice himself by sending a nuclear bomb into the wormhole. Even Coulson, who had died in the original story, survived. The real instigator of the war was Nebula, Thanos' adopted daughter, not Loki. Although the Chitauri army still invaded, some details had changed. After the war, the only person facing a real problem was Nick Fury. He had defied orders and intercepted 3 planes carrying nuclear missiles. The dispute between both sides was ongoing. In summary, Nick Fury was the only casualty of the event. Fang Mo successfully acquired 2 more Infinity Stones as he had planned, namely the Tesseract and the Mind Stone. His mind was flooded with numerous prompt sounds. System prompt, Space Law has been researched, granting you 10% new module download permission. System prompt, Space Stone item has been researched, granting you 15% new module download permission. System prompt, Space Element has been researched, granting you 50% new module download permission. System prompt, Space Structure Concept has been researched, granting download permission for a new module. System prompt, additional space modules are starting to download. System prompt, Mind Stone item has been researched, granting you 15% new module download permission. System prompt, Mind Element has been researched, granting you 10% new module download permission. System prompt, Artificial Mind Injection method has been mastered, granting you 50% new module download permission. Seeing so many modules unlocking, Fang Mo couldn't help but feel joyful. The Infinity Stones truly deserved their reputation as Marvel artifacts. Just one stone alone could unlock so many modules. However, Fang Mo realized he still needed at least 3 more Infinity Stones after deducing from the prompts. Obtaining them wouldn't be easy. The Power Stone, known as the Orb, should still exist, sealed on an unknown planet. In the original story, Star-Lord found it, so it might be relatively easier to locate. Asgard could establish connections with other cosmic civilizations. Fang Mo could contact the Ravagers to find Star-Lord or go to Xandar and wait for him. The Reality Stone, in the form of the Ether, seemed to be sealed in Asgard's ancient battleground. There were 2 known ways to obtain it. One was to kill Malekith directly in Thor 2, and the other was to go to the Collector after Thor 2. The Collector, Tanelier Tavan, was once powerful but had been weakened by Thanos in the movie. However, the most challenging part was acquiring the Soul Stone. Getting the Soul Stone required making a sacrifice on Vormir, which frustrated Fang Mo. It seemed more complicated than trading with villagers in the Minecraft world. Sacrificing himself was impossible, and Fang Mo didn't want to break up true love. So his remaining option was to let Thanos take Gamera to Vormir to exchange for the Soul Stone. Although it could be obtained by reaching Vormir, the prerequisite was that one had to make a sacrifice. Well, this is really frustrating. The most frustrating thing in the original story is this stone, with all its exaggerated claims. And the methods to obtain it are all about sacrificing lives. But after it was set in the gauntlet, Thanos only used it once or twice at most, leaving the audience confused about its true abilities. It claimed to be the foremost of the Infinity Stones. Fang Mo was indeed troubled by the way to obtain the Soul Stone. To be honest, this transaction is even more complicated than trading with villagers in the Minecraft world. In any case, sacrificing himself is impossible. Not to mention that his loved ones and family are not here, even if they were, Fang Mo would never do such a foolish thing. Currently, there are 2 ideas. One is to find a pair of unfortunate individuals and force them to sacrifice while Fang Mo seizes the opportunity to take the stone. However, Fang Mo feels disgusted by this approach. Didn't he call himself an advocate of love? That's true. Fang Mo really dislikes the feeling of breaking up true love. He doesn't want himself to be torn apart, nor does he want to actively break up others. Besides, the only other option left is to let Thanos take action himself, bringing Gamera to Vormir in exchange for the Soul Stone. But speaking of Thanos, Fang Mo also had a headache about the upcoming plot. Currently, both Gamera and Nebula are on Earth. It would be quite troublesome to make Thanos actively seek out the Soul Stone, especially since it is the 4th stone on the Infinity Gauntlet in the original story. Thanos must have carefully considered the order in which he acquired the stones, with the Power Stone being his first choice, followed by the teleportation ability of the Space Stone. So it would be difficult to lure him into obtaining the Soul Stone earlier. If Thanos loses control and attacks Fang Mo, accidentally getting himself killed, then Fang Mo might have to dig up the entire Vormir with a pickaxe. Sigh, it feels so troublesome. Fang Mo sighed. He really wants to obtain the other 3 stones, but it doesn't seem so easy now. If all else fails, maybe he should attach some luck to the pickaxe while digging Vormir. Who knows, he might just find the 3 Soul Stones. While Fang Mo was contemplating the Soul Stone, the other Avengers had already started to wrap up the war. First, regarding the captured Nebula, she had fallen from the sky twice in a row and was completely battered. When she was found, the Hulk was smashing her legs everywhere, clearly rendering her defenseless. Currently, the group is discussing how to deal with her. Hawkeye and Natasha, the 2 agents, naturally advocate taking her back to SHIELD for imprisonment and interrogation. However, the other Avengers, like Stark, have some reservations about SHIELD, to be honest. Even Captain America is a bit hesitant. After all, Fang Mo's previous warning was no joke. They truly believe that SHIELD is following the path of Hydra, and even if they were to be interrogated, everyone should keep a close eye on it. As for Thor, he suggests bringing Gamera and Nebula back to Asgard for questioning. Of course, his reasons are also valid. Midgard, Earth, is one of the 9 realms and falls within Asgard's jurisdiction. Now that there are aliens daring to challenge the authority of the Asgards, they must be severely punished. He needs to bring Gamera and Nebula back for questioning, and Asgard needs to find a way to deal with these arrogant aliens. However, while the Avengers were discussing the issue of the hostages, the nearby elevator suddenly opened, and a group of armed men walked out, surrounding a man who looked quite refined, wearing glasses. The man with glasses looked around and then directly locked eyes with Fang Mo. He walked over and extended his hand, saying, "Please hand over the item to us." Chapter 76 Chapter 75 "Please hand over the items to us," the bald man with glasses said, reaching out his hand towards Fang Mo. "Who are you?" Fang Mo wasn't accustomed to their behavior. He already had the items, so there was no reason to give them away. He spoke directly. "They are members of the SHIELD strike team," Natasha explained, trying to ease the tension. "They're here to help clean up the battlefield." "That's right," the bald man said with a gentle smile. "We are also part of SHIELD, advisor Fang Mo. The items you have are too dangerous. We need to take them back." Fang Mo didn't say anything but inserted the Mind Scepter and the Tesseract into his body right in front of them. Advisor Fang Mo. After seeing Fang Mo's actions, the bald man realized his attitude wasn't well received. The smile on his face became a little stiff. "Are you also a member of SHIELD? Please trust us." The SHIELD strike team members discreetly placed their hands on their guns, and the atmosphere became tense. They had seen footage of the Battle of New York before, including Fang Mo lifting the helicarrier out of thin air. They knew about Fang Mo's incredible strength and the power of the Tesseract he possessed. It would be false to say they weren't nervous. The other Avengers also sensed something was wrong and gathered around. "What's happening here?" Tony Stark was the first to speak. "Is there a conflict within SHIELD? Should we call Director Fury for clarification?" "We came on orders from the director," the bald man said. "He instructed us to retrieve these dangerous items." "Oh, really?" Fang Mo smiled. "Then the information is wrong. I already confirmed with Nick. He entrusted both of these items to me for safekeeping." "That's right. You humans don't have the authority to control the Tesseract," Thor nodded. "Fang Mo is the most powerful sorcerer I've ever seen. Only he can protect the Tesseract from destruction and misuse. I'm sorry, but Nick Fury has been removed from his position." Just as he spoke, a voice suddenly came from the elevator. Everyone turned to see a middle-aged man slowly walking towards them. He seemed like a senator or a politician, with a fake smile that resembled a fox. There was an air of superiority about him. "The Tesseract has belonged to SHIELD for 70 years. You have no right to take it." "And who are you?" Thor frowned. "He is Alexander Pierce," Stark explained. "In short, he is Nick Fury's superior and the real head of SHIELD." "What?" Thor was surprised. "There's another boss above the boss? The power structure in your world is so chaotic. Just call me secretary." Pierce chuckled. "That criminal should be handed over to us, along with the Tesseract and that scepter. They have caused so much destruction, and we must explain it to the people." As he spoke, several people behind Pierce moved forward, ready to grab Fang Mo. But in the next moment, those people were thrown back as if hit by a strong force, crashing into the cabinets and walls. Objects toppled and broke, creating a loud noise. Throughout it all, Fang Mo stood still without moving a muscle. Everyone was startled by the sudden turn of events. The people with Pierce immediately raised their guns and aimed at Fang Mo. Thor raised his hammer, and sparks of electricity crackled around him. The situation became extremely tense. In this almost explosive situation, Fang Mo finally spoke. "I don't like it when someone points a gun at my head." Fang Mo's voice was calm and slow. "I'll count to 3. Put the guns down." 1. "Why are you defying the government?" Pierce replied. 2. Fang Mo didn't even look at him. At that moment, Stark suddenly remembered the terrorists in Afghanistan and understood what Fang Mo meant. He remembered how the terrorists had tried to shoot Fang Mo in the head, only to be split in half vertically in the next second. It was a gruesome sight. Thinking about the dismembered bodies of those terrorists made Stark feel nauseous, so he quickly advised, "If you don't want to die, it's best to put the guns down." Frowning, Pierce, as Nick's superior, had some knowledge about Fang Mo and understood that Fang Mo might actually be capable of such a thing. Since his own plans weren't complete yet, he didn't want to confront Fang Mo directly at this moment. He discreetly signaled, and the people behind him reluctantly put down their guns. Advisor Fang Mo. After collecting his thoughts, Pierce prepared to continue speaking to Fang Mo. "You are now." Before he could finish his sentence, a terrifying pulling force suddenly emerged, causing Pierce to fly towards Fang Mo uncontrollably. With a loud thud, Fang Mo grabbed him by the neck. This time, the situation had truly become chaotic. In an instant, the people on Pierce's side raised their guns again. Even the Avengers were confused, not understanding why Fang Mo suddenly took action and freezing in place. But in this tense moment, a notification sound suddenly rang in Fang Mo's mind. System prompt, researched the concept of Hydra. You have obtained 20% new module download permissions. Fang Mo was stunned when he heard the notification. Hydra was a boss creature in the Twilight Forest module, and it made sense to unlock this module by interacting with related settings. Fang Mo was eager to obtain this module, but it was amusing that Pierce was used to unlock it. When Fang Mo realized this, he almost burst out laughing. Yes, Pierce was indeed a member of Hydra, but the two Hydras were completely different entities. Could it really work like this? Originally, Fang Mo was planning to surprise these Hydra members, but the sudden appearance of this amusing message from the system. Advisor Fang Mo, please release Director Pierce. While trying to hold back his laughter, the people on the other side suddenly shouted, bringing Fang Mo back to reality. Although he wanted to mock the system, it probably wouldn't respond. So after a brief thought, Fang Mo immediately controlled his clone Steve to approach a nearby villain named Crossbones, or something like that, and tapped him lightly with his bare hand. Steve was strong enough to knock out a bull with a few punches, so Crossbones couldn't withstand it. He was sent flying and crashed into a nearby wall. Seeing this, almost instinctively, everyone turned their attention to Crossbones. But in that moment, Fang Mo suddenly pulled Pierce towards himself. With his other hand, he pressed against Pierce's chest, and a sharp tip emerged from Fang Mo's wand, piercing Pierce's chest accurately. At the same time, Fang Mo whispered a sentence in Pierce's ear. Hail Hydra! Chapter 77, Chapter 76. Hail Hydra! Long live Hydra! Fang Mo's sudden proclamation left Pierce in disbelief. But before Pierce could react, Fang Mo swiftly plunged the Mind Stone into Pierce's chest. As a master of brainwashing, Pierce himself fell victim to the power of the Mind Stone. Wide-eyed and convinced of Fang Mo's alliance, Pierce stood there, speechless. But in an unexpected turn of events, Fang Mo slapped Pierce across the face, producing a resounding sound. Pierce stumbled and fell to the ground. Damn it, I've been wanting to do that for a long time. Fang Mo clapped his hands, a smile playing on his lips. The Hydra members and even the Avengers were stunned by this audacious act. It was quite remarkable for someone to casually slap the former secretary of SHIELD and the current director. Director. Shaken, the Hydra members on Pierce's side finally snapped out of their confusion and rushed to assist him. Meanwhile, the remaining Hydra members aimed their guns at Fang Mo, their fingers tight on the triggers. Their intent to kill was palpable. However, to their surprise, Pierce, once helped to his feet, became furious. What the hell are you all doing? Idiots! Lower your weapons! Bewildered, the Hydra members couldn't comprehend the situation. Not only had they failed to protect their leader, but they were also scolded by him. They were completely perplexed, unable to grasp their superior's thoughts. Reluctantly, they holstered their guns. Wait, advisor! Ahem! Fang Mo! Pierce turned his head, managing a faint smile despite his current condition. Fang Mo hadn't used full force with the slap, but it still left Pierce bleeding and missing several teeth. Yet, Pierce's unwavering gaze held a newfound understanding. Had Fang Mo merely shouted "Long live Hydra," Pierce might have been surprised, but the power of the Mind Stone had fully brainwashed him. In his mind, Fang Mo was a trusted comrade and even a superior. Pierce believed that Fang Mo possessed incredible power, capable of moving the entire helicarrier. The fact that Fang Mo had spared his life with that slap meant one thing: Fang Mo spared him intentionally. This realization meant that Fang Mo acknowledged Pierce's Hydra identity, and they shared great ideals. Pierce chastised himself for not recognizing Fang Mo's true identity sooner. His attempt to seize the Tesseract and the Scepter had led to their confrontation, and Fang Mo had no choice but to strike him. Considering Fang Mo's character, if killing him was the objective, he would have done it without hesitation. Admiration filled Pierce's thoughts. Fang Mo was not only incredibly powerful, but his cunning went unnoticed by the Avengers and Nick Fury. Now that Fang Mo possessed the Tesseract, it was an astonishing achievement, rivaling that of the Hydra leader, Red Skull. Furthermore, Fang Mo's strength far surpassed Red Skull's. Pierce could almost envision Hydra's glorious restoration. The excitement surged within him, compelling him to shout, "Long live Hydra!" Unfortunately, with the Avengers still surrounding them, Pierce withheld his words. "Advisor." Despite coughing up blood, Pierce forced a smile and spoke, "Please don't misunderstand. Fury used to be my superior. I didn't intend to target any of you. The Tesseract and the Scepter were coveted by certain individuals in the government." Cough. Interrupted by another bout of coughing, Pierce continued, "However, it seems that leaving those items in their hands would lead to disaster. So, cough. I will find a way to handle the situation." "What?" Pierce's statement left both the Avengers and Hydra members dumbfounded. The Avengers, particularly Thor with his straightforward thinking, couldn't comprehend how a mere slap could change Pierce's attitude so drastically. They found his behavior despicable and wondered if he enjoyed being struck. Perhaps it was time to give him a taste of his own medicine? The Hydra members shared the confusion. Several core members stared at Pierce, unable to fathom why their leader willingly relinquished the Tesseract without a fight. Hydra members were not known to back down out of fear, so it was clear that Pierce's apparent surrender after being slapped was a ruse. There must be some undisclosed reason behind his actions. "Director, we..." One of the Hydra members couldn't contain himself and tried to remind Pierce, but he was swiftly silenced. "Shut your mouth, fool!" Pierce glared at the member. "I am the director. Do not question my decisions." As a witness to all this, Fang Mo had one thought in mind. The Mind Stone truly possesses incredible power. It resembled a simplified version of the Koda Amatsukami, except the effects of the Mind Stone's brainwashing could be undone when the victim regained consciousness. Abilities like mind control were undeniably dangerous. Although unsure if he could be affected, Fang Mo decided to remain cautious. He realized that eliminating Danzo as soon as possible in the world of Naruto was imperative. Well, it seems you've finally realized it." After a moment of contemplation, Fang Mo smiled and sarcastically patted Pierce's face. He spoke, "In that case, leave quickly. Don't bother me again, or next time, I'll disfigure the other half of your face. Understand? Goodbye, Advisor Fang Mo." Despite the pain from his facial wound, Pierce managed a forced smile. He waved his hand and led his subordinates to retreat. Pierce's cunning was noteworthy. Even under the control of the Mind Stone, his intellect remained intact. During the retreat, he pretended to have a clandestine conversation with his subordinates, making statements like, "Prevent him from becoming desperate and unleashing havoc upon the world. We'll find an opportunity to deal with him later." It was apparent that he wasn't addressing his own subordinates but rather conveying a message to the Avengers on Fang Mo's behalf. Being controlled by the Mind Stone, Pierce truly regarded Fang Mo as an ally. To avoid raising suspicion among the Avengers, Pierce crafted an illusion of considering the bigger picture, expressing concerns that Fang Mo, if provoked, might bring destruction upon the world. So, for now, he spared Fang Mo, promising to find a way to confront him in the future. In reality, this was all part of a performance, a means to help Fang Mo maintain his deception. Pierce's scheming abilities were commendable. Unfortunately, all his actions occurred under the control of the Mind Stone, unbeknownst to him. He engaged in a battle of wits with an illusory adversary. While Pierce desperately tried to protect his assumed ally, Fang Mo silently ridiculed him in his mind, deeming him a fool. Chapter 78, Chapter 77. After Pierce's departure, the cleanup work following the war progressed rapidly and soon came to an end. Stark stuck to the original plan and invited everyone to a nearby shawarma restaurant for a meal. With one minor change, Dr. Banner remained in his Hulk form. Honestly, the taste of the restaurant was average, but Hulk enjoyed the meal nonetheless. Once they finished eating, everyone started getting ready to rest. The recent battle had taken a toll on them, especially on ordinary individuals like Natasha and Barton, who were exhausted and depleted of energy. Fang Mo also needed a break, but he didn't mean going back to his destroyed house in the suburbs of New York to sleep. When Fang Mo said he was going back, he meant returning to the Minecraft world. Having experienced the Battle of New York firsthand, Fang Mo knew that the next plot should be Iron Man 3, which involved the Extremis virus. However, Fang Mo believed that Stark should be able to handle it on his own now. After all, he didn't have any nuclear bombs, so his inner anxiety shouldn't be as strong. Furthermore, with the physical enhancement from the golden apple and the shrapnel removed from his heart through surgery performed by Fang Mo, the original plot shouldn't have much impact on him. As for the events after Iron Man 3, which involved the invasion of the Dark Elves and Thor, the Dark World, Fang Mo was prepared. He had given the enchanting golden apple to Queen Frigga, hoping to save her from dying. If he could catch up with the events, great, if not, he could always visit the collector in the universe and obtain some ether particles. In short, Fang Mo's mining addiction had resurfaced, and he couldn't resist the urge to mine something. After bidding farewell to everyone, he had his Steve stand retrieve the linking book, and he used it to return directly to the Minecraft world. When Fang Mo opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in his bed in the overworld. Familiar ceiling, Fang Mo mused, glancing at the oak wood blocks above his head. He slowly sat up. The Minecraft world remained as tranquil as ever, unchanged since Fang Mo's departure. The torches in the room burned quietly, emitting a soft orange glow. Unlike the fast-paced Marvel world, the prevailing tone here seemed to be one of tranquility and calmness. Fang Mo got up from the bed and leisurely walked outside the house. Outside, a series of farmland stretched out, with crops neatly planted. Not far away was a fenced area housing various animals. The docile sheep occasionally lowered their heads to graze, exuding a sense of leisure. Fang Mo took a stroll around, had Steve harvest some crops and feed the livestock, and even picked some berries from the raspberry bush added by the Tinker's Construct mod. Afterward, Fang Mo returned to his room. Meanwhile, Steve independently made his way to the warehouse and voluntarily organized the miscellaneous items he carried. Then he ventured into the mine to start mining. In the Marvel world, Fang Mo had unlocked many new mods. Several of these mods introduced their own ores, creating new mineral deposits in the Minecraft world. For example, thermal expansion brought copper, silver, tin, lead, nickel, platinum, and unstable redstone, among others. Of course, there were some conflicts between certain ores. For instance, both thermal expansion and industrial craft featured copper, silver, lead, and tin. However, Minecraft's mechanics were fascinating. In the absence of related mods or modifications, when different mods introduced overlapping ores, both mod ores would generate in the world. Using the example of copper ore found in both thermal expansion and industrial craft, according to Minecraft's mechanics, two visually distinct copper ores would appear in the world, effectively doubling Fang Mo's chances of mining copper ore underground. If Fang Mo had unlocked mods such as Tinker's Construct, Industrial Craft, Forestry, Thermal Expansion, Immersive Engineering, Metallurgy, Galactic Craft, Railcraft, Tech Reborn, Nuclear Craft, Greg Tech, and others, it was highly likely that when Steve struck the ground, there would be more copper ore than stone beneath. But Fang Mo didn't have that many mods at the moment, so he didn't need to worry about these factors. Compared to the technological side of ores, Fang Mo was currently more interested in the minerals used for Tinker's Construct alloys. In reality, metals like copper, lead, tin, and nickel were often associated with technology. However, metals like demonic metal, aurorium, violium, tiberium, tritonite, vibrant alloy, and valerium, among others, were elusive. Fang Mo wondered if they existed anywhere in reality. Not to mention nihilite with its Soul Eater attribute. What would happen if Fang Mo made them real? Just thinking about it, Fang Mo found it very intriguing. After all, it was just a magical sword. Furthermore, there was imperomite, a metal that caused monsters to lose their sense of self. In reality, would it induce a vegetative state or cause a cerebral infarction? Fang Mo's curiosity was piqued. When mining, Steve hardly required Fang Mo's deliberate intervention. It had become almost instinctual for Fang Mo, much like an ordinary person watching anime while eating. At that moment, Fang Mo lay on the bed, holding a grey book, engrossed in its contents. Before returning to the Minecraft world, Fang Mo had touched the Infinity Stone, unlocking two mods, More Space and Tinker's Armory. The grey book in Fang Mo's hands was precisely from the Tinker's Armory mod. Tinker's Construct had been mentioned before. It allowed players to craft a range of weapons and tools. However, as everyone knew, mods had their limitations unless supplemented with add-ons. Thus, the Tinker's Armory mod was created. It added armor to Tinker's Construct's original weapons and tools, allowing players to create their own customized armor that far surpassed the performance of traditional diamond armor. Unfortunately, the mod was still incomplete. Currently, it only supported players using Tinker's Construct and vanilla minerals to craft armor. Fango had previously played on a server that had numerous Tinker's Construct add-on mods, enabling players to use materials from all mods to create armor. Materials such as ruby, void metal, terrasteel, plutonium, chaotic core, red matter, and even infinity ingots were truly formidable. However, Fango was still far from reaching that stage. Consequently, he could only select some materials from the vanilla version to make armor. As Fango flipped through the armor guide, a piece of crimson material suddenly caught his attention. What is this? Chapter 79, Chapter 78. Fango was taken aback when he saw the crimson material in the manual. He had previously acquired something called blood and flesh when he drew the Lucky 7 in Asgard. Now, this material inexplicably appeared in the manual, which surprised him. This material, known as blood and flesh, had the attribute of gluttony. The description stated that attacking enemies would cause hunger in oneself, and killing enemies would restore one's hunger value, but no items would drop. However, Fango couldn't find any more information about it. It seemed like a rather ordinary effect. Fango pondered and continued to browse through the armor manual. Contrary to the craftsmanship manual, this material's attribute in the armor manual was called Deep Parasitic Touch. The description stated that it absorbed the wearer's life-restoring armor. But what caught Fango's attention was a line of small characters written in blood red font below the description: the armor will merge with the wearer. That was intriguing. He had never encountered such a characteristic before. He wasn't sure what exactly this merging meant. It might be something like a binding curse in the game or directly integrating the armor attributes into the player's body. But what if it were in reality? Would it create something like a berserker's armor? On the outside, it would appear as a normal suit of armor, but the inner lining would be filled with writhing tentacles and flesh buds. Or perhaps there was another way to think about it. If Fango used nihilite and blood and flesh to forge a great sword and materialized it, the nihilite would devour the souls of enemies, and the blood and flesh would devour their bodies. Wouldn't that be a demonic sword? Unfortunately, Fango only had a piece of blood and flesh at the moment, and he had no idea which mod it came from. Otherwise, according to his character, he would immediately create a weapon and put it in his alchemical bag. When he returned to the Marvel world one day, he would test the materialization feature of this weapon. However, while Fango was studying blood and flesh, his stand, Steve, encountered some trouble underground. While passing through a mine, Fango caught sight of what seemed to be half a skeleton head not far away. Thinking that it was an archer, Fango instinctively wanted to walk over and kill it swiftly. However, as he controlled Steve to approach, he realized it wasn't an archer but a fully armed skeleton knight. Unlike the fragile body of a typical skeleton, this one had a sturdy frame and wore a light grey suit of armor. It held a shield in its left hand and an enchanted iron sword in its right hand. The moment the skeleton knight saw Steve, it swung its sword without saying a word. Luckily, Fango had a strong sense of combat and immediately switched to blocking the attack with the shield. Then, as he stepped back, he continuously rotated the shield, striking the opponent's head. With a few continuous strikes, the skeleton knight collapsed. Damn, almost forgot about this, Fango muttered as he looked at the various drops from the skeleton knight on the ground. He sighed and rubbed his forehead. It seems like I loaded the Gaia Grimoire mod before. Yes, in the Paradise mod Asgard, Fango had encountered several legendary creatures in the wilderness. To be honest, he didn't know exactly what those things were. They might be creatures like harpies and mermaids, as Fango didn't have much knowledge about mythology. Anyway, they felt quite large and soft. And then the Gaia Grimoire mod was mysteriously unlocked. The Gaia Grimoire mod was designed to increase the game's difficulty. It introduced many fantastical creatures into the game, or one could say monster girls like harpies, spider queens, cat girls, tree nymphs, succubi, mermaids, vampires, and so on. To be honest, the modeling of these monsters was quite impressive. Unfortunately, the majority of the creatures in this mod were hostile, with incredibly high health and attack power. Even if a player charged into a group of monsters wearing a full set of diamond armor, they wouldn't last more than a few seconds. But speaking of diamond armor, Fango didn't find it appealing anymore. There was no choice, after all, the Tinker's armor was simply too powerful. As we all know, the maximum protection enchantment for vanilla armor is only 4, but the Tinker's armor can be enhanced up to 8, which is twice as powerful. Isn't that incredible? Moreover, when combined with different materials, the armor could have many unique properties, just like weapons. If Fang Mo unlocked the Draconic Evolution mod in the late game and combined it with the related materials, he could even give the armor a force field shield. By then, he could fly through the sky and dive into the void without dying. He would truly become invincible. Unfortunately, Fang Mo hadn't unlocked many mods yet, so his choice of materials was relatively limited. After careful consideration, Fang Mo decided to use anti-corrosion alloy, cobalt and night slime metal to make the armor. Similar to the tools and weapons, the armor was also assembled from several components: the armor base, outer shell, armor inlay, middle layer, and armor plate, inner lining. Fang Mo used aluminum for the armor shell, cobalt as the middle layer, and night slime as the inner lining. You see, whether it's armor or weapons, they have a limited number of enhancements. The initial enhancement slots for one piece of armor are only 3. Even with a golden apple and diamond and an enchanted golden apple and diamond block upgrade, one piece of armor can have a maximum of 5 enhancement slots. However, anti-corrosion aluminum came with the durability 3 attribute, which meant Fang Mo only needed to consume 2 enhancement slots to add 2 durability plates to the armor, making it indestructible. This way, no matter how reckless Fang Mo was in other worlds, he didn't have to worry about the armor getting damaged. Furthermore, anti-corrosion aluminum was a triple alloy of obsidian, aluminum, and iron, so its defensive properties were quite impressive. Apart from that, there was the armor's middle layer. Fang Mo chose cobalt, which was included in the Tinker's Construct mod. This material was lightweight and, when used on tools, increased attack or digging speed. If used on armor, it greatly increased Steve's movement speed. Fang Mo had noticed this before when he was in the Marvel world. His stand didn't lack attack power or attack speed, but its movement speed was too slow. Take the battle in New York as an example. Fang Mo did consider sending out Steve to fight the enemies, but they were all flying in the air, and his stand simply couldn't catch up. Fang Mo was really helpless. That's why Fang Mo chose cobalt as the armor's middle layer. This way, Steve's movement speed would increase significantly, and he should be able to catch up with some of the enemies. As for the final armor lining, Fang Mo chose night slime metal, the most difficult one to synthesize. It was also an alloy, but this strange alloy was made by combining iron, molten obsidian, and purple slime. In other words, it was both stone and metal, and it was as elastic as slime. If this material was used for the lining, it would add a property called invigorating to the armor. The invigorating property description said it could make the user stronger, and in the game, it increased the player's maximum health by 2 hearts for each piece of armor. So, with a full set of armor, it would be a total of 8 extra hearts. As mentioned earlier, if Fang Mo created this set of armor, then Steve would have defense and toughness exceeding that of 2 sets of diamond armor, nearly double the health, and greatly enhanced movement speed. And you should know that Steve and Fang Mo shared attributes. This meant that even if Fang Mo didn't wear anything, he could still benefit from the bonuses provided by Steve. Moreover, Fang Mo had also consumed a whole group of essence berries, which meant his skin had become even harder than diamond. Apart from some artifacts, it would be difficult for conventional weapons to cause any harm to him. Chapter 80, Chapter 79. I have to say, the armor craftsmanship is really impressive. Fang Mo eagerly gathered the necessary materials for the armor. The armor consists of helmets, chest plates, leg guards, and various castings like armor shells, spacers, and boot linings. Following the instructions in the Tinker's Construct manual, Fang Mo carefully melted obsidian, aluminum, and iron in the Tinker's Construct forge, creating a shiny pink and acid-resistant aluminum alloy. Even the challenging Slime Knight's metal didn't deter Fang Mo. He controlled Steve to venture far away and discovered a suspended purple slime island in the sky. He collected a large amount of purple slime blocks, mixed them with scorched black stone and iron ore, and successfully created the metal. However, when Fang Mo tried to assemble the armor using the casted components, he encountered a problem. The Tinker's Construct forge failed to recognize the materials he placed on it. Fang Mo was confused by the situation. He looked at the 3 types of components on the tool assembly table, which were indeed the shell, spacer, and lining. Then he checked the armor codex, which confirmed their compatibility. There must be something I'm missing. Fang Mo thought to himself. He closed the page of the tool assembly table and reopened it, hoping for a different result. But it was the same outcome. All the components were in place, but they couldn't be combined into the Tinker's Construct armor. Fang Mo, who didn't believe in superstition, even made a pickaxe to test the assembly. To his surprise, the pickaxe components instantly combined into a complete pickaxe. Yet, when he used armor components, it failed. This. How can it be wrong? Fango couldn't believe it. He had put so much effort into creating the alloy, crafting the molds, and pouring the components, only to be unable to complete the armor. What was going on? Taking a deep breath, Fango tried to calm down. There must be some detail I missed. Let me review the book again. In all honesty, Fango wasn't very adept at crafting and manufacturing. It wasn't that he couldn't do it, but he found it bothersome and preferred not to deal with it. However, after spending a considerable amount of time in this world, Fango had learned many things. He also understood that everything was different now. This was not a server, and the interactions and conversations from before had become mere memories. No one would laugh at him while handing over their self-made weapons and armor. Fango stood in front of the Tinker's Construct Forge, flipping through the armor manual repeatedly. As the square sun passed overhead, the morning turned into evening, until the last ray of sunlight vanished, leaving behind a star-filled sky. Now I see. Under the night sky, Fango closed the book, finally understanding where he went wrong. Originally, the Tinker's Construct Tool Forge was solely for assembling tools and weapons. To assemble armor, he needed a separate tool called the Armor Assembly Table. These two tools looked nearly identical, making it difficult to distinguish them with the naked eye. That's why Fango had overlooked this detail while reading the book. Realizing this, Fango decided to create an armor assembly table. But he faced another challenge. He didn't know how to make it. The armor manual didn't provide a specific crafting recipe, which meant Fango had to figure it out through trial and error. For the next 3 days, Fango stood in front of the workbench, facing frustration and headaches. He even contemplated traveling to the Marvel world, collecting the Infinity Stones, and hoping to bring the creator over to assist him with crafting. But in the end, Fango succeeded on his own. Although he wasn't sure of the exact crafting method for the armor assembly table, he managed to create it through exhaustive trial and error. Finally, Fango could craft the Tinker's Construct armor. He quickly arranged the components and obtained 4 shiny pink armors. To reinforce the armor, Fango added 2 layers of durable plates to each piece, transforming the pink armor into a dark purple shade and making it indestructible. But he didn't stop there. To enhance the armor's defense, Fango used iron blocks to create protective plates, strengthening each piece of armor to protection 8. All 3 enhancement slots on the armor were now utilized. Using golden apples, diamonds, and enchanted golden apples, Fango added 2 additional enhancement slots to each armor. With the extra slots, Fango further enhanced the armor using diamonds and emeralds, making it even stronger and more resilient. Excited to test the armor, Fango had Steve wear the new set and ventured out into the night to battle monsters. The armor proved to be incredibly strong. Even the toughest monsters couldn't penetrate Steve's defense, and most of the Gaia book's mutated boss creatures could only inflict minimal damage. Steve swung his sword, effortlessly defeating the monsters. Assured of Steve's safety, Fango allowed him to continue exploring the world. Playing with Tinker's Construct alloys without a synthesis list was challenging, requiring constant exploration and experimentation. Fortunately, Fango had plenty of time. He lost track of how much ore he had wasted during this period. He expanded his underground storage 3 times, organizing separate chests for each metal. Ingots were stored for metals with smaller quantities, while blocks were used for metals with larger quantities. Numerous chests held various food, potions, and enchanted books. Gradually, he mastered the smelting methods for various alloys and stumbled upon some item crafting recipes. Every day, Fango would wake up, mine, brew potions, tend to animals, harvest crops, and spend time studying at the workbench. When the sun set, he returned home, ate, and rested. Looking at the perfectly shaped cake on the table, Fango gently touched it. A white light flashed. The solid block turned into a delicate and sweet cake. Fango used a wooden spoon to take a bite, savoring the rich and silky cream mixed with the soft and fluffy cake base. The simple ingredients created a taste that surpassed any cake he had eaten in his previous life. I wish I could let Xin taste this. Fango sighed as he glanced at the neatly arranged cake. He looked up at the ceiling, where the wooden planks had been replaced with clear glass. Through the glass, Fango admired the sparkling starry sky and the ever-present moon. He began to miss home, wondering how his loved ones were doing. How was XIN's school performance? Did his parents think of him from time to time? He didn't even get the chance to bid them a proper goodbye before leaving that world. They must have been devastated. As he pondered, a figure flashed in Fang Mo's mind, causing him to pause. He then surveyed the lonely world that belonged only to him. Yes, she must have had a family too. Fang Mo leaned against the head of the bed, his expression tinged with loneliness. Dragging her into this world forcibly would be unfair. Forget it, I don't want to become that kind of person. Fang Mo lay down, closed his eyes, and a relaxed smile appeared on his face. I've made up my mind. Tomorrow, I'll study graduate courses in electrical engineering and fully master Tinker's construct. I'll turn this world into my own paradise. A paradise called solitude, timeless and eternal. Chapter 81, Chapter 80. Fang Mo is a doer. Instead of just talking, he prefers to take action and get his hands dirty. So, the next day, he decided to dive into studying the auto-farming devices in Minecraft. Auto-farming is a technique where players use specific features in the game to build structures that continuously spawn and kill monsters, allowing them to collect a large amount of resources. For example, one of the simplest structures for generating electricity is the zombie pigman tower. When built in the Nether, it spawns a large number of zombie pigmen. These pigmen are then gathered and killed in batches to collect their drops, including gold nuggets. To Fang Mo, even the rotten flesh dropped by the pigmen is valuable. In the Carpenter's Blocks mod, there is an item called a drying rack that can convert rotten flesh into dried rotten flesh through a drying process. Consuming dried rotten flesh doesn't cause hunger, and since it's considered a food item in the Carpenter's Blocks mod, it bypasses certain control systems and restores hunger bars more effectively than baked potatoes. Fang Mo spent a significant amount of time understanding these features and mechanics in his Minecraft world, which lacks some specific version concepts. However, Fang Mo faced a challenge with the Grimoire of Gaia mod. The mob spawning tower not only spawned zombie pigmen but also frequently spawned powerful creatures like Baphomet, Wither Cows, and Succubus. Dealing with these mobs became a headache for Fang Mo. Some of these creatures could attack from a distance and disrupt the normal operation of the mob spawner. But Fang Mo was patient and determined. He gradually improved the mob spawners, finding ways to counter the disruptions caused by the powerful creatures. When he took breaks from working on the mob spawner, Fang Mo would return to the main world to mine, study the Carpenter's Blocks mod, or go fishing. These activities helped alleviate his loneliness and provided him with a well-deserved meal. Fang Mo also had a special bond with his dogs and ocelots. Although he couldn't bring them to life in the Minecraft world, he named each of his dogs using name tags. The names he chose were inspired by his friends on the server, making it feel as though they were always by his side. Fang Mo also named his ocelots and took care of them with love and care. His time in the Minecraft world felt incredibly immersive, almost making him forget that he was not actually Steve, the player character. Fang Mo explored different mods and discovered new things. For example, he brought back rubber seeds from the Industrial Age mod and tried his hand at making wooden faucets. He also found fruit trees in the Pam's Harvest Craft mod and created his own tree farm by hanging unripe fruits on the trees. Whenever Fang Mo wanted to eat fruit, he simply used bone meal on the unripe fruits, and a mature fruit would drop from the tree. The unripe fruits remained intact, defying the laws of physics in the Minecraft world. Although Fang Mo didn't have access to crafting recipes for certain mods like Avaricia or Industrial Age, he made significant progress in his understanding and mastery of the mod Tinker's construct. He crafted numerous weapons and tools, expanding his arsenal and abilities. During his adventures in Asgard, he unlocked a mod called Tinker's Artisan and gained access to a wide variety of weapons in Tinker's construct. Apart from traditional melee weapons, he even discovered unconventional items like wands and laser guns on the Tinker's construct forging table. However, he faced a challenge with operating laser guns as they required external assistance and energy. Fang Mo hoped to explore worlds outside the Marvel Universe in the future, where he could find a mod that provides crafting recipes and information for such advanced technology. Among all the weapons available in Tinker's construct, Fang Mo found several items that intrigued him, including the dagger, broadsword, and rapier. The dagger, in particular, caught his attention. It could be thrown for ranged attacks, making it highly useful in combat. Although the official release of Tinker's Construct 2 removed the ability to throw the dagger, Fang Mo's version of the mod still allowed him to enjoy this cool feature. As for long-range attacks, Fang Mo's arsenal was lacking. However, the thrown dagger's attack was considered melee damage, and Tinker's construct added a life-stealing attribute to melee weapons. This meant that Fang Mo could steal life from monsters even at a distance, making the dagger even more appealing. Who wouldn't love a life-stealing throwing knife? In addition to the dagger, Fang Mo also has a fondness for the rapier. Its appearance is reminiscent of the weapon used by the Blade Dancer in League of Legends, resembling an enlarged nail or needle. However, its unique characteristic lies in its ability to penetrate armor and cause true damage. For example, a long sword made of iron would never be able to harm Thanos, but an iron rapier can. It can bypass the hardness of Thanos' skin and armor, piercing into his body. Of course, if the opponent possesses a force field shield or something similar, that's a different story, as it is unrelated to defense. Fang Mo also possesses another weapon in his arsenal, the broadsword from Tinker's Artisan, which happens to be his favorite. The broadsword has an even larger model than the original version, making it a truly massive sword. It possesses the unique ability to inflict not only normal damage but also a percentage of maximum health damage on enemies, making it a formidable weapon against bosses. The broadsword represents the characteristics of a heavy sword without a sharp edge, yet showcases remarkable craftsmanship. Taking realism into consideration, Fang Mo decided to craft two broadswords. Both were created with a nihilite core, cobalt handles, and blades made of a combination of menulin and imperomite. The nihilite core provides the attribute of Soul Eater, increasing the sword's attack power based on the number of creatures killed. The cobalt handle allows for a faster swing speed, while the menulin blade boosts the user's courage and inflicts higher damage the longer they fight. Lastly, the imperomite blade can influence and even erase the thoughts and souls of living entities. To enhance their power, Fang Mo also enchanted 5 durable plates, giving these two swords the attribute of indestructibility. Through countless battles and slaying of zombie pigmen, the Soul Eater attribute of Fang Mo's swords became stronger and stronger. Now, only some top-tier monsters from the Grimoire of Gaia can withstand the might of his sword. Soul Eater, every kill using this tool adds plus 0.0375 damage to the tool. There is no limit. I gave up at 40,000 kills with plus 1,500 damage source, internet. Suddenly, Steve surprised Fang Mo with a brand new golden-skinned book. What's this? Fang Mo looked astonished at the golden-skinned book Steve brought back. Unlike the book that allowed him to cross over to the Marvel Universe, this one had a series of English words written on it, saying X-Men. Fortunately, Fang Mo had already downloaded a Chinese translation mod, so he understood the meaning of these words. X-Men. Fang Mo stared at the golden-skinned book, and various related images flashed through his mind. Although the X-Men could be considered part of the Marvel Universe, they had their own separate storylines in the movie universe. So it was plausible for a book like this to exist on its own. It seems possible. Fang Mo's lips moved a little dryly. He had been in the Minecraft world for too long. While Fang Mo had chosen to adapt to the feeling of solitude as quickly as possible, a new world was now right in front of him, and he couldn't help but feel tempted. Fang Mo remembered the words he had said to the Ancient One. It seems. It's time to have some fun. With this thought, Fang Mo immediately controlled Steve to organize his belongings, packing up the essence berries and the ender hand. This time, organizing his items didn't take long. Soon, Steve stuffed everything into his backpack, then he picked up the brand new Book of Ages and right-clicked to open it. In the next moment, Fang Mo opened his arms and embraced the endless black mist that poured out of the book. A brief sense of weightlessness followed, and soon there were noisy voices all around. Fang Mo opened his eyes and looked around, only to find himself surrounded by a crowd of people in tattered clothes. They huddled together, trembling with fear and anxiety evident in their expressions. Hey! Seeing this scene, Fang Mo was also taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered so many people directly after crossing over. Fang Mo glanced around and realized that he was in a very cramped and gloomy space. The walls around him resembled steel, which left him a little confused. He couldn't recall the X-Men world having a place like this. Could it be a smuggling ship or something? After contemplating for a moment, Fang Mo decided to ask directly. He approached a middle-aged man who was trembling and attempted to show a friendly smile, asking, excuse me, may I know where this is? The man looked at him nervously and then spoke the name of a place. Auschwitz. Chapter 82, Chapter 81. Where is this again? exclaimed Fang Mo, astonishment evident in his voice. Upon hearing the name of the place, Fang Mo was struck with disbelief. They claim this is Auschwitz. The other person appeared taken aback by Fang Mo's outburst, visibly shrinking and nervously continuing, they say we'll be subjected to forced labor, imprisoned, but before that, apparently, we have to take a shower. A shower. Fang Mo felt his eyelids twitch, and as he looked up, he discovered 2 rows of shower heads lining the walls around him, some adorned with aged tiles. And unmistakably, he also noticed several covered metal openings on the ceiling, their purpose becoming self-evident. Holy! What did you say? The man next to him appeared extremely anxious. Upon hearing Fang Mo's words, he hastily inquired, do you know something? You don't seem like a local, and why weren't you asked to change clothes? Fang Mo remained silent, fixing his gaze on the walls. What? What are you thinking? The man grew increasingly uneasy under Fang Mo's scrutinizing stare, involuntarily taking a step back as he questioned. The man seemed bewildered, but before he could react, an eerie noise emanated from above the ceiling. The people in the shower room were already terrified, and upon hearing this peculiar sound, including the man standing before Fang Mo, they all glanced upward at the ceiling. What they beheld filled them with sheer horror. The metal covers above abruptly opened, revealing soldiers wearing gas masks, who glanced down at them before indiscriminately tossing 2 smoking canisters into the room. What? What is this? At the sight of this spectacle, the man beside Fang Mo instantly panicked. They deceived us. This isn't a shower room at all. I want to get out. Having said that, he frantically pushed his way toward the door, relentlessly pounding on it. In fact, many people realized that something was amiss and began rushing toward the exit or any other possible escape routes, their screams and pleas filling the air as they attempted to flee this living nightmare. Regrettably, the heavy metal door had long been locked from the outside, rendering their cries futile. To be honest, Fang Mo was also witnessing such a scene for the first time. The individuals surrounding him screamed, cried, and fought desperately to distance themselves from the 2 smoking canisters on the ground. Under the threat of impending death, these individuals resorted to frantically scratching at the metal barrier with their fingernails, persisting even as their fingers became bloodied and mangled. Frowning at the grotesque sight, Fang Mo kicked the walls. Boom! A gust of air surged forth like waves, the impact of Fang Mo's kick akin to a detonation. The thick iron walls, weighing several tons, shattered instantaneously, hurtling outward. The guards stationed behind the door were instantaneously reduced to minced meat, unable to react before meeting their demise. He then controlled the force, waving his hand to disperse the smoke in the area, sending it flying into the sky. What is happening? Those individuals had explosives. An alarm suddenly blared outside, followed by a surge of guards wearing gas masks who rushed in, brandishing their firearms and unleashing a barrage of bullets into the gas chamber, towards the individuals trapped within. Fang Mo didn't even bother to evade, the bullets struck him with a resounding clang. Supported by his Tinker's construct armor and his formidable physique, these ordinary projectiles failed to breach his flesh. Fang Mo casually clenched his fist, producing a series of popping sounds. The guards before him were promptly crushed by the irresistible force of gravity, their bodies reduced to a mass of flesh and blood, staining the room with their crimson remnants. The entire scene descended further into chaos. Countless people screamed and retreated, while those trapped inside desperately tried to resist the smoke that had infiltrated their bodies. With every passing moment, someone would collapse, writhing in agony. In short, it was a scene reminiscent of hell itself. After dealing with the guards, Fang Mo walked out. Did I arrive a bit too early? He mused aloud. Gazing at the various iron and electric fences that lay ahead, Fang Mo couldn't help but rub his forehead. If I recall correctly, X-Men is a modern movie, right? Why have I been transported to a place where Jews were held captive? Moreover, hasn't World War II already ended? Is this some elaborate scheme to transport me here to witness Führer wrath? Führer, Adolf Hitler. As soon as he finished speaking, a sizable contingent of soldiers emerged from a distance. Upon hearing the commotion, almost all the guards in the area began swarming towards Fang Mo. However, rather than launching an immediate attack, the soldiers encircled Fang Mo, and a man who bore the semblance of an officer stepped forward from among them. Who authorized this? The officer inquired, his confidence seemingly bolstered by the presence of the surrounding soldiers. Who authorized me? Fang Mo paused upon hearing the question, then instinctively retorted, What if I said I was sent by Stalin? Would you believe that? Kill him. Upon hearing this, the officer, whether or not he believed Fang Mo's words, issued the order outright. Kill him. Fang Mo, observing this, deliberately echoed the words, his tone fierce. Then he summoned his stand. Steve, brandishing a golden sword, surged forward and cleaved one of the soldiers in half. Strangely, the soldier, upon being severed, exhibited no signs of struggle or pain but rather gazed blankly ahead, gradually losing his life force. Meanwhile, Fang Mo stood there, a smile adorning his face. Bullets struck him, igniting sparks, yet they failed to breach his defenses. Eventually, it appeared that the final soldier could no longer endure the situation and launched a rocket at Fang Mo. Upon seeing the rocket projectile, Fang Mo didn't do anything. Such an attack meant nothing to Fang Mo now. In the next instant, a resounding explosion ensued as the rocket detonated against Fang Mo's chest. Flames surged forth, rapidly engulfing his figure. Witnessing this, the soldiers reveled in their belief that even an adversary capable of withstanding bullets would succumb to a rocket blast. However, in the subsequent moment, amidst the inferno, Fang Mo's furious cry pierced through. My pants! Upon hearing this exclamation, the soldiers' eyes widened in disbelief. In their minds, they couldn't fathom anyone enduring a rocket explosion with their body. But before they could ponder further, a voice of despair resounded from the front. Universal push! Shinra Tensei! With these words, a rapidly expanding spherical force field materialized amidst the flames, causing the ground to upheave under its tremendous force. The soldiers had no time to escape, immediately colliding with the repulsive field. The lighter ones were flung away, while the heavier ones were crushed by the overwhelming pressure or transformed into mist, carried away by the gale. Soon, the repulsive field ceased its effect. Fang Mo, his attire in tatters, emerged from the pit wearing an expression of annoyance. I suppose now I know why Superman wears his pants on top of his suit, Fang Mo remarked, glancing at his shredded pants and comically feigning distress. Well, would you look at that, I became no pants man. However, just as he jestingly mocked himself, he caught a faint sound of footsteps up ahead. Fang Mo looked up and beheld a man with black-framed glasses and blonde hair approaching him. Swiftly recalling the plot and timeline of the X-Men, Fang Mo soon recognized the man's identity. If his memory served him right, the man should be the mastermind and primary antagonist of the X-Men, as well as the leader of the Hellfire Club. Sebastian Shaw, also known as the Black King. Chapter 83, Chapter 82. You look terrible, Sebastian said as he slowly approached Fang Mo, examining him from head to toe. He then looked up and put on a friendly look and asked, It seems like you just came out from the chamber. Are you Kai Feng Jews? Translator's note, Kai Feng Jews are Chinese Jews. Fang Mo glanced at Sebastian and asked, What do you call Hitler speeding? What? Sebastian was confused and couldn't quite understand what this peculiar man was thinking. The Fast and the Furious, Fang Mo smiled and added, And, what was Hitler's favorite letter? Sebastian was taken aback. Definitely not Z. LOL, Fang Mo chuckled. Listening to this eccentric man's mumbling, Sebastian was stunned. Well, you're not definitely Jewish, but cursing the esteemed leader is not a good thing, Sebastian said, trying to steer the conversation back to a serious tone. Oh, sorry about that. I had to do that because the translator wanted to replace the racist jokes, Fang Mo shrugged. What year is it now? 1944. Sebastian glanced at Fang Mo with a strange look but still responded to him. Oh, so he still has one more year to live, Fang Mo nodded, unless you give me his current address, I wouldn't mind giving him a ride ahead of time. Hearing this, Sebastian began to doubt Fang Mo's mental state. After a long silence, he continued, Your abilities, they are extraordinary. I believe you shouldn't die too early here. Are you interested in joining me? Fang Mo, of course, understood what the other person was thinking. In the original work, the Black King had always been dedicated to having mutants rule the world. He worked as a scientist in the concentration camp, searching for children with potential and grooming them as his subordinates. Wasn't Magneto tortured by him as a child? However, at that moment, he didn't expose it but instead asked casually, What do you want to do together? What are your thoughts on human genetics? Sebastian noticed Fang Mo's interest and smiled as he explained his theory, Genes can't just determine physical traits like hair and eye color, right? That would be too superficial. In fact, I believe genes hold the key to unlocking a new era, and we mutants are the true future of humanity. That sounds interesting. Fang Mo stroked his chin and continued observing Sebastian's performance. So, what do you plan to do? Of course, to make them understand the greatness of evolution. Sebastian, being a typical villain, was dedicated to explaining his ideals. You and I, we can work together to create a better tomorrow, a beautiful world ruled by us. So, you want mutants to rule the world? Fang Mo stroked his chin. I actually support that idea, but let me remind you of something. What? Sebastian felt a little happy upon hearing Fang Mo's support for his ideology and asked directly. You see, humans have a hierarchical system, don't they? The rich and powerful usually stand at the top of the human world, right? Fang Mo stroked his chin and put on a serious expression. I think mutants should also have a similar system, but we can be more direct. Whoever is more powerful gets to make the decisions. What do you think? Sebastian couldn't help but burst out laughing upon hearing this. PFTT, you're a genius. Sebastian possessed the ability to absorb and utilize any form of energy, while the other person's ability seemed to be releasing shockwaves. Clearly, he already won, right? It appeared that the other person's brain wasn't functioning properly. But that was fine, it would be easier to control someone whose mind wasn't right. So you want to challenge me, Sebastian thought and smiled confidently, deliberately going along with Fang Mo's suggestion. Whoever wins will be in charge, right? That's right, Fang Mo nodded. Oh, by the way, before we start, let me ask you something. Have you ever met Magni Eric? Eric? You mean that kid who can control metal? Sebastian frowned. After helping him awaken his powers, he disappeared shortly after. But, how do you know about this? Oh, never mind, Fang Mo replied. Without bothering to continue the small talk, Fang Mo said, let's fight. We can talk after I win. Sebastian seemed talkative, or perhaps it was just a characteristic of X-Men villains, always liking to explain their ideals as if torturing their opponents mentally. Fang Mo was already prepared for battle, but Sebastian still wanted to say something. Before Sebastian could finish his sentence, Fang Mo had already made his move. He raised his hand and tore apart a nearby building, forcefully squeezing the debris into a massive ball, which he then hurled directly at Sebastian. With a loud boom, the ground shook violently, and countless dust and shockwaves swept in all directions, creating an impressive spectacle. But when the dust settled, Sebastian still stood there, smiling in the same spot. In fact, Sebastian was delighted. He didn't expect this guy's power to be so strong. Just this attack provided him with so much energy. However, just as Sebastian was feeling proud and about to speak, Fang Mo suddenly showed a dangerous smile. I've already given you the first round of energy, Fang Mo smiled and said, don't accuse me of bullying later. I think we can officially start now, right? What? Sebastian was stunned. How did this person know about his superpower? But before he could figure out what was going on, Fang Mo began to float slowly into the air. To show my respect, I've decided to start with a powerful move, Fang Mo said, and a tremendous force field started surging from him, distorting the light around him. If you continue with that attitude, you'll die. Looking at Fang Mo in the air, Sebastian suddenly felt a terrible premonition. A chilling tremor swept through his body, a warning from his instincts. Sebastian instinctively turned around and ran, utilizing all the energy stored within him to accelerate. He bolted towards a distance like a lightning bolt. Then, he heard a voice coming from the air. Almighty push! The whole world seemed to tremble and roar. Sebastian felt a horrifying impact coming from behind. He instinctively tried to absorb the energy, but no matter how much he absorbed, it seemed endless. Soon, he felt as if he were being pressed to the ground, crushed into the rock layers below. The immense and boundless force continued to grind against him relentlessly, as if there would be no end. Sebastian desperately activated the energy within his body, struggling to turn himself over from the ground. What he saw, however, shocked him to the core. Just like an atomic bomb explosion, the entire ground was forcibly torn apart and overturned, revealing rugged rock layers underneath. Countless soil, stones, mixed with the wreckage of buildings, debris, trees, and human bodies formed a tsunami-like wave of earth, violently sweeping in all directions. The Jews who had escaped looked at the distant scene in fear. They vowed to never get captured again. The entire Auschwitz was leveled in the explosion. And right at the center of the explosion, Fang Mo's figure floated calmly in the sky, observing everything below like a god. Chapter 84, Chapter 83. Amidst the chaotic ruins, Fang Mo silently changed into a new pair of pants. He wondered if he had arrived too early, considering the devastated surroundings. Touching his forehead, Fang Mo realized that the X-Men timeline extended far back, unexpectedly throwing him into the World War II era. He found this time period to be too distant. The only storyline that came to Fang Mo's mind was the persecution of a young Magneto by Sebastian Shaw. However, he had been informed that Magneto had long since left Auschwitz. After awakening his abilities, Magneto disappeared, and even Sebastian didn't know his whereabouts. Damn, why couldn't they send me to ancient Egypt? Fang Mo complained, rubbing his temples. Facing off directly against the first mutant, Apocalypse. Despite the headache, Fang Mo knew he had to get things done. In a previous encounter, Fang Mo had fought with Sebastian, leveling the entire Auschwitz. However, he discovered that the almighty push was not suitable for a one-on-one battle. It wasn't a matter of power, the battlefield had become too chaotic, filled with debris and ruins. Fang Mo had been digging in the soil for a while but couldn't find Sebastian. He didn't know if Sebastian was dead or had managed to escape. All the clues had been disrupted. To be honest, Fang Mo wasn't well versed in the X-Men series. In the years leading up to his death, the Avengers had gained more popularity. Although he had seen X-Men, he couldn't recall the plot clearly. The only thing Fang Mo remembered was that Professor X, Charles, seemed to be in New York, USA. It was the opening scene of the first X-Men movie, where Magneto was persecuted in a concentration camp in the same year when Professor X met and lived with Mystique in New York. However, Fang Mo couldn't help but consider the stark contrast in their lives. Professor X had grown up with a girl, living a seemingly luxurious life in a large mansion without lacking food or clothing. He must have been quite content. On the other hand, Magneto had suffered as a child, toiling in a concentration camp, barely clothed. He was persecuted by Sebastian Shaw, forced to witness his own mother's execution to trigger his powers. It was no wonder Magneto's personality had become twisted. To be honest, Magneto's desire to slaughter humans rather than mutants was already considered better. It's New York again. Fang Mo sighed, making up his mind to go there and investigate. Although Fang Mo didn't know Professor X's current whereabouts, he had a hunch that the professor must live in a large house and might be well known in the area. Perhaps he would find something if he inquired. With that plan in mind, Fang Mo decided to find a way to travel to the United States. However, before searching for young Charles, he had another task to complete. Professor X was known as one of the most powerful telepathic mutants in the world, with abilities like mind reading and hypnosis. Fang Mo couldn't approach him without precautions. In the original work, Magneto had a helmet that shielded against telepathic sensing. However, that helmet originally belonged to Sebastian Shaw, and at the current point in time, it was clear that Sebastian hadn't acquired the helmet yet. Fang Mo needed to come up with an alternative solution. Originally, Fang Mo had considered using the Mind Stone. Yet, when he took out the Mind Scepter and pried open the protective casing, he found it had turned into an ordinary gem. Undeterred, Fang Mo also retrieved the Tesseract, crushed the outer shell, and extracted the Space Stone inside. However, the Space Stone faced the same problem. Though beautiful, it had lost its previous functions and become a simple gem. Ah, this! Fang Mo stared at the two gems in surprise. He vaguely recalled an explanation from the Time Variance Authority in Loki's series. The Infinity Stones were indeed powerful artifacts, but they were only effective in their original universe. It was similar to carrying an air conditioner remote control outside your home, it had no use. Realizing the Infinity Stones were not a viable option, Fang Mo needed to find another way. He decided to search through Steve's backpack while making his way slowly toward New York, experiencing the customs and practices of the era. He took trains and planes, taking his time to study and immerse himself in this time period. His journey yielded significant results. Although he couldn't find any items to shield against mental attacks, Fang Mo discovered some other fascinating characteristics. Let's start with the enchantment system. Fang Mo found that after materializing, the enchantment table transformed into a table capable of enchanting real-world items. It was larger than the enchantment table in the game, estimated to be a 2x2 structure. The base consisted entirely of obsidian, adorned with runes that Fang Mo couldn't understand. The tabletop was coated with gold and covered with a layer of red velvet cloth. 4 diamond-shaped pale blue gems were embedded in the corners. When materialized, the enchantment table no longer allowed Steve to right-click and open the interface. Instead, Fang Mo felt a strange connection to the table, as if by instinct. He placed lapis lazuli blocks on the table and casually put a handgun in the center of the red velvet cloth. A strange power emanated from Fang Mo, transforming into golden rays of light that merged into the gun. After the last trace of golden light vanished, a faint purple and gold glow enveloped the ordinary handgun. Fang Mo picked it up, instantly grasping an abstract concept. It was challenging to put into words, but he felt a mystical and inexplicable sensation, an enigmatic and irrational magic. The essence of the gun had changed, unlike the straightforward and crude settings in the game. It felt like a distortion and interference caused by real-world magic. If he had to explain it using the game's professional terms, the gun had gained an enchantment called Infinity. Chapter 85, Chapter 84. Fang Mo was truly fascinated by the enchanted table now that it had become a reality. It was no longer confined to just enchanting weapons, tools, and armor like in the game. In fact, Fang Mo went as far as stealing a bedsheet from the neighboring inn and enchanting it with the table. To his surprise, the bedsheet inexplicably gained the enchantment of efficiency. Fang Mo was completely baffled by this enchantment. Durability would have made more sense, but efficiency for a mere bedsheet? Nonetheless, when night fell, he heard a creaking sound coming from the neighboring inn. It was understandable, given that the inn had poor soundproofing, just like any small inn during World War II. As an experienced person, Fang Mo instantly recognized what the sound was. However, after less than 2 minutes, the sound abruptly stopped, followed by a woman's sneer and what seemed like an argument. Soon, a man emerged from the inn with a dark expression, standing at the entrance and smoking. Fang Mo couldn't resist commenting on the scene, saying, "Damn, that's so efficient. If anyone dares to offend me in the future, I'll enchant their pants with the curse of binding." In conclusion, after conducting several tests, Fang Mo discovered the incredible power of the enchanted table. He even enchanted his broadsword with it. In the game, this would have been impossible since the mod and the original tools were mutually exclusive. However, in reality, many things were not bound by the rules and limitations of the game. In the game, Tinker's construct weapons could be enhanced with quartz up to sharpness V, and the original enchantment table could provide a sharpness V attribute. This meant that Fang Mo could potentially stack the broadsword with sharpness X, which would be amazing. It is worth mentioning that the enchanted table's functions were not entirely free. Fang Mo discovered that it consumed experience, but not the experience of his stand, Steve, but his own personal power or experience. After using the enchanted table multiple times in a row, Fang Mo noticed that his power seemed to have slightly diminished. However, he wasn't too concerned about it, as he had brought plenty of essence berries with him to the X-Men world. He had already consumed several stacks, so even if he lost a bit of power, it didn't bother him. He could simply consume half stacks of essence berries to replenish it. In addition to the enchantment altar, Fang Mo also tested the tool forge of Tinker's construct. When manifested, a solid 2x2 table made of pure metal with an ink black stone slab tabletop appeared before Fang Mo. Similar to the enchantment altar, the tool forge could modify not only Tinker's construct tools but also other items, including bedsheets. Fang Mo decided to hit a popped chorus fruit on the bedsheet. In the game, the popped chorus fruit had the levitation property, and when attached to a weapon, it would briefly suspend the enemy, allowing for continuous attacks. Initially, Fang Mo wondered if someone lying on the bedsheet would suddenly float in their sleep. However, he was surprised to find that the bedsheets themselves started floating, resembling a flying magic carpet. No matter how hard he pressed them down, they wouldn't stay grounded. Frustrated, Fang Mo decided to burn the darn thing. Using the forging table, Fang Mo discovered that he could sense the enhancement limit of most items. For instance, a wooden stick was too weak to withstand more than 2 enhancements. Any more, and it would break. It was like a big train trying to go through a small tunnel, it simply wouldn't work. Unfortunately, when enhancing items with the forging table, Fang Mo could only use the materials specified in the Tinker's Construct manual. Otherwise, he would have wanted to embed infinite gems in his weapons. He could have directly embedded 6 infinite gems on a sword, creating the Infinity Sword exclusive to the Marvel Universe. However, such possibilities were only figments of his imagination for now. Shaking his head, Fang Mo planned to continue testing some other features. But at that moment, a quarrel erupted from a nearby inn, sounding more serious than before, as if people were fighting. Tables, chairs, and a few bloodied drunks were thrown out. Shortly after, a rough-looking man with a cigar in his mouth walked out of the inn. He was bare-chested, displaying a muscular physique. One of the drunks attempted to confront him, but he swiftly kicked the drunk to the ground. Witnessing this scene, the other drunks instantly sobered up and scattered like frightened animals. The bare-chested man didn't pursue them further. He took one final drag of his cigar and returned inside the inn. Fang Mo was stunned when he saw this scene. Isn't that Hugh Jackman, the actor who played Wolverine? He never expected to encounter him here. Although he was currently in a rural border town in the United States, far from the bustling city of New York, Fang Mo remembered that Wolverine didn't appear in the first battle of the X-Men. Was it just a mere coincidence that he crossed paths with him? Regardless of the circumstances, it would be a missed opportunity not to get to know a character from the storyline. With that in mind, Fang Mo immediately stood up, tidied up the enchantment altar and tool forge in the room, and absorbed them into his body. Since arriving in this world, Fang Mo had consumed many essence berries, strengthening his physical body and increasing his internal storage space significantly. It was now almost the size of a small room, so storing these peculiar items was not a problem. After organizing his belongings, Fang Mo swiftly left the house and made his way towards the nearby inn. Chapter 86, Chapter 85. Fang Mo lives near the hotel, not too far away. On his journey, he noticed many similar buildings along the way. These hotels usually have a tavern on the first floor, with a cheap and simple appearance. When Fang Mo entered one of these places, he was hit by a mix of sweat and alcohol smells. Fang Mo looked around, and that's when he saw Wolverine Logan sitting at the bar, holding a big glass of beer and a cigar. Approaching Logan, Fang Mo took his glass away. Confused, Logan wondered if there was trouble. He was about to get up when Fang Mo spoke, "This beer is weak. Is it even meant for humans? Bring me something stronger." Fang Mo tossed a small piece of gold onto the table. The tavern suddenly became silent. Everyone stared at the gold without blinking. But the bartender, who seemed extraordinary, calmly took the gold and started pouring drinks as if nothing had happened. The tavern returned to its noisy atmosphere. Logan looked at Fang Mo and quietly finished the drink in one gulp. He didn't know what Fang Mo's intentions were, but he saw no reason to refuse the drink. After finishing the drink, Logan looked at Fang Mo and asked, "Do you know me?" "Everyone knows the famous Hugh Jackman, right?" Fang Mo smiled. "You're even more famous than Magneto and Professor X. They say there won't be another Wolverine after Hugh Jackman." "Hugh Jackman? Wolverine? What are you talking about?" Logan frowned. "You've mistaken me for someone else. I was just referring to your stage name." "It's okay if you don't know," Fang Mo explained. "But what I wanted to say is, well, Logan, am I right this time? So you really know me?" Logan was surprised. "Who told you?" "My brother Victor. I heard things here and there," Fang Mo replied casually. Fang Mo sat next to Logan and magically produced a plate of fried peanuts. "Here, have some peanuts. They'll keep you from bragging too much after drinking." Confused, Logan raised an eyebrow. He had no idea where the peanuts came from. Nevertheless, he took a few and enjoyed their slightly salty and crispy taste. He washed them down with another glass of strong liquor. "These are really good." Logan nodded and asked the bartender for another drink. Then he turned to Fang Mo and said, "Aren't you drinking?" "I don't need to. I'm different from you guys," Fang Mo shrugged. "How are you different?" "I can boast whether I drink or not." Logan's attitude improved somewhat after drinking with Fang Mo. Fang Mo, like Logan, was probably a mutant. Maybe Fang Mo simply wanted to find someone like himself and sought out Logan. After some conversation, Fang Mo learned about Logan's current situation. At this point, Logan hadn't undergone the adamantium alloy procedure, nor had he lost his memory. He was in a state of aimless wandering, not knowing what to do. When he ran out of money, he would take up mercenary work for the military. After all, he couldn't die. Logan used to be with his brother, Victor, also known as Sabretooth. However, they had a major fallout because of civilian casualties, and Victor left in anger. Logan didn't know where Victor went and didn't bother to find him. After all, Victor couldn't die, and there was a chance he might return someday. Currently, Logan had accepted another mercenary job that required him to go to Japan. As Fango listened, it triggered memories of a movie, perhaps the Wolverine 2, where Logan went to Japan for a mission, got captured, and faced an atomic bomb explosion. He saved a Japanese soldier, but the man later turned against him, wanting to take away Logan's healing factor. With these thoughts in mind, Fango decided to accompany Logan for a while and see how things unfolded. After all, it seemed like a significant event, and Fango wanted to experience the excitement. Besides, there was a chance he could unlock a module related to nuclear technology, which would be awesome. Initially, Logan resisted the idea and didn't want Fango to become a mercenary like him. However, with Fango's persuasive abilities, Logan quickly changed his mind. He grabbed a bunch of cigars and embarked on his journey to Japan with Fango. Remember, on the battlefield, don't save your enemies. It will come back to haunt you. Curiously, Logan asked Fango, "Have you been on the battlefield before?" Observing Fango's seasoned appearance. "No," Fango shook his head. "Then how do you know all these things?" Logan couldn't help but ask. Fango's words reminded him of his brother Victor, who used to give similar advice. "I've heard about them," Fango shrugged. Logan became quiet immediately. After a moment, he reluctantly said, "Don't believe everything you hear. The battlefield is really dangerous." Before he could finish speaking, there was a sudden loud explosion, and the front left side of the transport cabin burst into flames. The mercenaries in the cabin were caught off guard and thrown into the air by the blast. Most of them were killed instantly, with blood coming out of their noses and mouths. A few were hit by fragments, and the whole cabin was soon covered in blood. The ship started to tilt, and water rushed in through the large hole. It seemed like the ship was going to sink. "Oh, are we going to fight now?" Fango got excited when he saw the chaos. "This is the perfect battlefield. Come on, Logan, let's fight these criminals together." "No, are you crazy?" Logan, still affected by the explosion, managed to recover because of his fast healing. He couldn't help but yell, "We're under attack. Our priority is to find a way to escape quickly." "You, a mutant, afraid of them? They're even weaker than the Black King." Fango walked towards the damaged part of the ship. "War criminals who start fights should be killed without mercy, so they remember the pain. Let's fight and make their blood a sacrifice to Nakos." With those words, Fango used his strength to open up the entire ceiling of the ship. Logan wanted to stop Fango, but he was stunned when he saw Fango tearing the heavy metal like it was nothing. Meanwhile, Fango looked at the ongoing battle after opening the ceiling. The ship should have reached the coast by now, with the shore not far away. But the enemy had ambushed them after receiving information. Most of the ships were sunk by continuous artillery fire, and only a few were still fighting back. Fango observed the situation on the coastline. There weren't many people, but they had strong firepower. It made sense because their side had mostly transport ships, which were easy targets for the enemy. A mindless attack would be enough. Realizing this, Fango raised his hand. Suddenly, a military officer on the coastline was thrown into the air and landed in Fango's hand. During the flight, the officer's hat fell off, revealing his middle-parted hair. With his small square glasses and slightly chubby face, he had an unexpected appearance. Surprisingly, he seemed brave and unaffected by the supernatural scene. He stared wide-eyed at Fango, grabbing his arm with one hand and pulling out a katana with the other, aiming it at Fango's head. With a sharp sound, the katana broke and flew away. "Is that all?" Fango was equally surprised. The officer on the other side didn't expect this outcome and showed a slight surprise. But soon, his expression turned more aggressive. He discarded the katana and took out a hand grenade from his waist. As the grenade started to smoke, his expression became almost crazy, as if he welcomed death as a great honor. There was no fear or tension on his face. It was clear that this man had been completely brainwashed by war, filled with a mix of glory and madness, reminiscent of the saying, "I would rather die with the enemy than die alone." Fango felt a bit helpless. He didn't find it interesting to make fun of a crazy person, so he decided to take more direct action. He forcefully put a hand grenade in the officer's mouth and then threw him away, saying, "Go back and have a look while the cherry blossoms are blooming." The officer flew through the air and exploded like a cherry blossom. Suddenly, Fang Mo heard a prompt in his mind. System prompt, researched katana structure, researched cherry blossom attribute. You have obtained download permission for a new module. System prompt, bamboo module download initiated. Oh! Fang Mo was surprised to hear the sound. Considering how the system unlocked the Twilight Forest module with Pierce before, he could only silently acknowledge the system's impressive capabilities and say, well, the system is amazing. Just then, Wolverine Logan approached. So, this is your power. Logan looked at the torn open ceiling caused by an invisible force and asked, I thought your power was to create gold. Creating gold is just one part of my power, Fang Mo replied. Fang Mo used his power to hold up the sinking transport ship. If gold can solve a problem, use it. But if it isn't enough, then use force. Your power is really convenient, Logan sighed. Alright, no time for small talk now, Fang Mo said, glancing at the coastline. The enemy will start retreating soon. Grab your things and follow me to charge. Hey! Logan was surprised. Are you serious? Why not? Fang Mo lifted the Maoling Padao onto his shoulder. With your healing ability, you're practically invincible. Aren't you afraid? Have you forgotten what the instructor told us? Once we stepped foot on this ship, there was no turning back. It's either victory or death. I won't tolerate cowardice. That instructor you're talking about is now in pieces, with his intestines floating on the water. Logan touched his forehead and pointed to a floating corpse nearby. Fang Mo glanced at the blown-up corpse, thought for a moment, and then walked towards it. What are you doing? Paying respects, Fang Mo replied. Logan grabbed Fang Mo. We're still in the middle of a battle. Can you stop fooling around? A battle? Is this it? Fang Mo looked into the distance, where the enemy on the coastline was firing artillery shells. However, due to the gravitational field interference, all the shells only hit the sea in vain. Can we really call this a battle? Honestly, the games I played as a child were bigger than this. However, as Fang Mo and Logan argued, they noticed a small black dot in the sky not far away. Hey, what's that over there? Logan had good eyesight and immediately spotted the movement. What? Fang Mo turned his head to look and saw an old bomber plane. Did they send a plane to help us? No, that's a B-29 bomber. Logan frowned. They're probably not here to support us mercenaries. They must have a different purpose. A different purpose? Fang Mo was unsure. He had seen the operational map earlier, and there was a military base nearby, but it was far from Hiroshima and Nagasaki. It couldn't be a nuclear bomb, and the timing didn't match either. Could it be the butterfly effect or something? Fang Mo muttered to himself as he looked at the solitary old bomber not far away. Butterfly effect? What's that? Logan didn't understand the term but started feeling uneasy for some reason. He quickly asked, What do you mean? In that critical moment, Fang Mo suddenly noticed the bomber in the distance dropping a huge bomb and desperately trying to escape. Oh no, it's really happening. Fang Mo felt a sense of danger and grabbed Logan, flying backward. Why are we running all of a sudden? Logan, confused by Fang Mo's strange behavior, couldn't understand what was going on. What's happening? Weren't we going to charge? Blow it off. The bombers on the opposite side are giving birth. Although Fang Mo felt he shouldn't get blown up, he definitely didn't want to end up with a mouthful of nuclear radiation dust. Mutated genes and getting a hemorrhoid in his mouth would be so uncomfortable. So, he quickly flew backward. Give birth? Logan asked in confusion. How can bombers give birth to anything? Darn it, they give birth to little boy. Chapter 87, Chapter 86. When the nuclear weapon exploded, it felt like a punishment from above. The bright flash of the explosion was incredibly intense, surpassing 5 million lumens. It looked like the radiant glow of the sun falling to the earth. If anyone dared to look directly at it, they would be temporarily blinded. Everything at the center of the explosion instantly turned into vapor. The gases produced by the explosion created shockwaves that spread with blazing temperatures, tearing, burning, and consuming everything within a few kilometers. Dark smoke billowed out like a tsunami, covering the entire city in a deadly cloud of death. It brought scorching heat and radioactive dust. Fang Mo happened to witness this horrifying scene from a safe distance. Soon after, a system prompt echoed in his mind. System prompt, fission chain reaction characteristic studied, you have obtained 40% download permission for a new module. Fission reaction. Fango was surprised and deep in thought upon hearing the system prompt. Although he wasn't particularly interested in technology modules, he had picked up some knowledge about nuclear weapons while building reactors with his friends. He knew there were two types of nuclear reactions, fission and fusion. The reactors in Industrial Age 2 were fission reactors that used uranium ore for power generation. However, he also knew that these reactors emitted dangerous radiation. Once, when he touched a piece of uranium-235, he was immediately killed by the radiation. On the other hand, fusion reactors referred to hydrogen bombs. They seemed to have less radiation in the game, thanks to certain devices in the technological modules. The bomb that had just exploded in the city was probably a fission bomb. That's why Fango had unlocked characteristics related to the fission chain reaction. But the download progress was only 40%, which was a bit challenging. After thinking for a while, Fango realized he might also need to study hydrogen bombs. However, it seemed that there were no hydrogen bombs in the X-Men plot. Since World War II was about to end, would he have to search for one in a warehouse in the United States or the Soviet Union? Why am I starting to resemble a supervillain more and more? As he pondered over this, Fango couldn't help but touch his forehead and say, I feel like I'm becoming even more trouble-causing than the Black King. Maybe I should create my own organization. Let's call it Hellfire. No, better yet, let's call it the Hell Joke Club. Guaranteed fun for everyone. That's a perfect slogan. Fango was lost in his thoughts when Logan suddenly interrupted him. Can we find a place to settle down first? Logan asked. Hey. Fango finally realized he was still holding Logan in midair. Fango had been enjoying the nuclear explosion and unlocking the modules, but Logan wasn't happy about it. Finding a place to land was difficult since they were near the sea. After thinking for a moment, Fango decided to land on the water and summoned Steve to bring out a wooden boat from the alchemy bag. With a touch and a flash of light, a worn-out small wooden boat appeared on the sea. Okay, let's go, Fango said as he boarded the boat with Logan. The Titanic is ready to set sail. We'll cross the sea. Can't you give this boat a different name? Logan squeezed into the back half of the boat. Isn't the Titanic too unlucky? Fango raised his hand to his forehead. This boat is really disappointing. He shrugged and continued, I'm even afraid it might break into two wooden sticks if it hits a lotus leaf. Why would there be lotus leaves on the sea? Logan questioned. You a sailor or something? Have you discovered a new continent? Is your last name Columbus? Fango retorted, reaching his hand into the water. Who said there are no lotus leaves on the sea? Look at this. In an instant, Fango pulled up an unusually large lotus leaf. The leaf was impressive, measuring about a meter in diameter. It had vibrant green veins and water droplets continuously rolling off into the sea. Are your power pretending to be a god? Logan was momentarily stunned but quickly realized Fango had used his mutant ability. Holding his forehead, he said, gold, food, wooden boat, lotus leaf, flying, and now even teleportation. Is there anything you can't create in this world? If there's one thing I can't create, Fango pondered, stroking his chin. It's women. As the tense silence filled the air, Fango was startled by a sudden notification from the system. System notification, Bamboo module downloaded. Load it now. Surprised by the speedy download, Fango quickly agreed by thinking load in his mind. System notification, Bamboo module successfully loaded. System notification, since you activated a new module, you've received a lucky block. This block will randomly grant an item from any module. A colorful block appeared in Steve's inventory. Lost in thought, Fango stared at the lucky block. What's the matter? Logan, unable to see the block, asked, are you thinking about where to go? Well. Fango pondered, glancing at the block in Steve's hand. Does Asgard exist in this world? What's Asgard? Logan furrowed his brow. I feel like I've heard that name before. Never mind. I'm too lazy to return to the Marvel Universe. Even if I did, I'd have to seek Heimdall's help for teleportation. Shaking his head, Fango shifted his attention to the vast ruins before them. Isn't this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? With that in mind, Fang Mo decided to take a chance with the lucky block. However, it's important to note that he only had one lucky block at the moment. In the Marvel Universe, Fang Mo had previously unlocked 2 lucky blocks. But due to spending too much time in the Minecraft world, he absent-mindedly left those items in his chest. During his journey in the X-Men world, he forgot to bring them along in his excitement. Luckily, Fang Mo possessed the Book of Time for time travel, not relying on the system. This meant he could return to the Minecraft world whenever he wanted, without completing tasks or clearing dungeons. Realizing this, Fang Mo instructed Steve to retrieve the Book of Linking. Well, I'll go back briefly. Fang Mo glanced at Logan and gave him some instructions. Stay here. I'll just grab something and come back. Where are you going? Logan asked. To take a shit. Be right back, Fang Mo said, activating the Book of Linking with Steve. Feeling the familiar weightlessness, Fang Mo quickly returned to the Minecraft world. However, he didn't stay long this time. After taking a few steps, Steve retrieved the lucky block from the chest beside Fang Mo's bed. Fang Mo also picked up the Book of Time from the ground. Then, he promptly returned to the X-Men world. After the black mist disappeared, Fang Mo opened his eyes and found himself on a deck surrounded by a dark sky. Soldiers were busy nearby, some holding guns, others using binoculars. A smoking cruise ship caught Fang Mo's attention as a huge anchor crashed into it. Confused, Fang Mo muttered, "What happened while I was away? Where's my wolf uncle? Where did he go?" Just then, a soldier rushed over from a distance. Fang Mo grabbed him and asked, "Excuse me, where am I?" The soldier appeared puzzled. "This is America." "What?" Fang Mo was shocked. "I was just fighting in World War II. How did I end up back in America? Do I always end up here whenever I time travel, just because it's a Marvel comic?" The soldier seemed bewildered and replied, "World War II ended 17 years ago, and we were the winners." "What?" Fang Mo couldn't believe it. "Damn, the X-Men timeline is messed up. I finished one scene, and now I'm in another." More people gathered around, curious about the commotion. Among the crowd were soldiers and some young men and women. Fang Mo looked up and recognized a familiar face. It was a young Professor X, Charles Francis Xavier. "Wow! It's Wheelchair Man." Fang Mo was stunned, unprepared for this encounter. "What?" Charles noticed Fang Mo immediately. However, being young, he wasn't paralyzed yet and had a less stable character than in the future. He activated his power and tried to invade Fang Mo's mind. Fang Mo felt a creepy intrusion. "Damn you!" Fang Mo was truly unhappy. He hated when others invaded his privacy. He always made sure to delete his browsing history before he died. Without hesitation, Fang Mo raised his hand and activated his power. With tremendous force, the steel railing behind Charles twisted and broke, flying towards him like lightning. "Watch out!" But at that moment, a blue figure suddenly leaped forward and pushed Charles to the ground. Although a steel rod grazed the back of his head, there was a loud bang. Charles's eyes rolled back, and blood slowly trickled from the wound. Chapter 88, Chapter 87. Late upload. Please forgive me. When everyone saw Charles lying hurt and unconscious, they panicked. Some called for a doctor, while others checked his vital signs. But the soldiers nearby aimed their guns at Fang Mo. In the chaos, a woman with blue skin rushed toward Fang Mo. "You jerk!" Fang Mo raised his hand and created a gravitational field, making her float in mid-air. She struggled, but couldn't escape. "Don't touch me," Fang Mo warned. He looked at the people in front of him and smiled, saying, "Controlling my strength is hard. I don't want to accidentally hurt anyone." And he wasn't lying. The gravitational field from the Void Ring was powerful but not precise. Even if Fang Mo only wanted to control someone's movements, he had to be careful. With strong people like Thor or the Hulk, it was manageable, but with an ordinary person, a small mistake could cause them harm. "Who are you?" a woman asked nervously, staring at Fang Mo. "Are you Sebastian's follower?" "What? Sebastian is still alive." Fang Mo relaxed a bit and replied, "That's good. I thought I killed him. Now we can finally settle things." But his words angered the blue-skinned woman floating in mid-air. "So, you know him?" she shouted angrily, struggling in the air. "How dare you hurt Charles? You jerk!" Fang Mo glanced at her. He recognized her as Mystique, who could change her appearance. They said having her on your side was like having the beauty of ancient beauties and modern internet celebrities combined. But right now, she seemed more innocent and less experienced. After all, the movie was about their early days. The present Mystique couldn't even handle a gun, let alone kill someone. She was still new to all this. If she played Minecraft, she probably wouldn't survive for more than 2 minutes before getting blown up by a creeper. You really care about Charles, hey? Thinking this, Fang Mo smiled at Mystique. Have you told him how you feel? Mystique was shocked, feeling frozen in the air. Seriously, despite my tough appearance, I've never bullied anyone except mentally handicapped people, Fang Mo said, shrugging. But this kid Charles. He invaded my thoughts without permission. Well. If you were in my position, would you want to have no secrets? Before Mystique could respond, Fang Mo continued quickly, knowing your menstrual cycle, the people you like, your fetishes, even when and where you've gone to the bathroom in secret, what you used, how long it took, how many times. Is that okay with you? But Mystique, who had recently become an adult, was completely shocked. After struggling for a while, she couldn't help but say, Charles, he promised not to read my mind. He said that, but can you really be sure if he's finished and won't admit it? Fang Mo asked. Would you be able to find out? Charles is wrong, but... The shape-shifting woman's aura weakened. But you shouldn't treat him like this. Why not? Fang Mo walked up to Charles and took out a bottle of potion. He poured it on the back of Charles's head. The shape-shifting woman got worried and asked, what are you doing? Watch, Fang Mo said. He lifted Charles with one hand, and everyone saw the wound on his head quickly healing. After a few seconds, Charles opened his eyes. What happened? Charles asked, confused. He remembered how he got injured and looked at Fang Mo holding him. Charles was about to use his abilities, but Fang Mo quickly hit him on the head with a stick. Despite being a telepath, Charles had a physical body like an ordinary person. He fell down and felt weak. You see, he never learns, Fang Mo said, throwing Charles to the ground and shrugging at the shape-shifting woman. The shape-shifting woman didn't know what to say. By the way, I heard you say that Sebastian isn't dead, Fang Mo said, turning to another woman nearby. Where is he? Aren't you from the Hellfire Club? The woman asked, surprised. I am the leader of the Hellfire Joke Club, Fang Mo made up a story. We make sure everyone can laugh in the face of death, that's it. The woman didn't understand and was confused. Anyway, I am Sebastian's enemy. Can you understand that? Fang Mo said. 18 years ago, I fought him at Auschwitz and accidentally let him escape. What? The woman exclaimed in shock. You're the one who destroyed the concentration camp in Poland. Yes, Fang Mo said. I made a mistake with my moves and went too far. Oh my goodness, how did you do it? The woman asked, covering her mouth in surprise. Our nuclear weapons were still being tested. We rushed the tests because we heard Auschwitz was destroyed. What? Fang Mo frowned. So you guys went to Japan early and dropped atomic bombs? I don't know. The woman nervously replied. Why are you asking this? Aren't you Japanese? No, but back then, they kind of deserved it. But now, Nat, I love anime, Fang Mo said seriously. When Fang Mo spoke, the woman felt relieved, even though she didn't understand everything he said. But before she could say anything, a slightly chubby man with glasses hurried over. I don't mean to interrupt, but it looks like someone is floating in the sea. What kind of person? The woman asked. It looks like the person who controlled the anchor on the ship earlier, the bespectacled man shrugged. But it's just a guess. Maybe it's Sebastian's follower, who knows? Curious about what the man said, Fang Mo went to the edge of the deck to see for himself. And there, he saw Magneto, wearing a diving suit, floating in the sea. It seemed like he had drowned and was unconscious. Oh, isn't this Eric? Fang Mo chuckled, reaching out his hand. Using his gravitational power, he pulled Magneto and a large amount of seawater onto the deck. Seeing Magneto, Fang Mo remembered the current situation. If he recalled correctly, Charles and the US government were trying to capture Sebastian, and Magneto was also after him. Surprisingly, their goals aligned, they all wanted to catch Sebastian. And now Fang Mo was part of the mix too. It's important to mention that the submarine on the other side was powered by nuclear energy. The movie didn't specify if it was fusion or fission, but Fang Mo personally thought it was more likely a fusion reactor. Fusion reactions used hydrogen isotopes as fuel, which was clean and safe. Unfortunately, because of Charles's earlier interruption, Fang Mo momentarily forgot this detail, allowing Sebastian to escape in the submarine. Since Sebastian had already fled, it was clear that the military's plan to capture him had failed. So, they had no choice but to retreat and regroup. Raven, worried about Charles's injury, and with Eric drowning and unconscious, the commander decided to send them for treatment. But this treatment didn't involve an ordinary hospital. After some discussion, Moira arranged for them to go to a secret CIA base. The medical facilities there were impressive. Both Charles and Eric regained consciousness in less than a night. It's important to note that as soon as Charles woke up, he noticed Fang Mo nearby. And Fang Mo was holding a stick stained with blood. This sight scared Charles, and he instinctively wanted to use his powers. But Raven quickly stopped him and explained the situation. After Raven's explanation, Charles started to calm down. In reality, he couldn't afford to stay agitated given the circumstances. Fang Mo had incredibly strong psychic powers. Charles had never encountered someone with such powerful and sensitive psychic abilities before. Even if he tried his best to control Fang Mo, it would take a long time, during which Fang Mo could easily knock him unconscious with the stick. But compared to this mentally powerful person, the person lying in the nearby hospital bed, Eric, seemed much more ordinary. After briefly probing Eric's thoughts, Charles realized that Eric also had his sights set on Sebastian. An idea started to form in his mind. Chapter 89, Chapter 88. Charles has always believed that telepathy is the most amazing mutant power. Unlike other abilities, telepathy doesn't change how someone looks or provide immediate advantages. Charles thinks that he can handle any situation with his telepathic abilities, whether it's facing armed criminals or self-righteous politicians. Telepathy is unique because it works silently, making it hard for most mutants to detect. One small mistake, and they are under its control. Charles's ability goes beyond telepathy. He can hypnotize, control, and attack enemies on a psychic level. Because of the special nature of telepathy, very few people can resist his attacks. But everything changed when Fang Mo appeared. He shattered Charles's beliefs. Fang Mo's mental world was vast beyond anything Charles had seen before. If Charles's psychic power was like a never-ending river, Fang Mo was like a vast well made up of countless converging spirits, like a whole world. Even Charles, who thought he was a genius, couldn't use his abilities on Fang Mo without being noticed. In that moment, facing Fang Mo, who was incredibly powerful both physically and mentally, Charles realized that there were limits to individual power. To surpass these limits, he needed to form a team. So he turned his attention to Eric, also known as Magneto, who was by his side. Charles had secretly looked into Eric's memories and discovered that he had suffered as a child under the Nazis. Charles also learned about the terrible things Sebastian Shaw had done to him. Therefore, Charles decided to bring Eric into his team before anything else. It turned out to be just as Charles expected. After the recent assassination attempt, Eric realized that Sebastian Shaw had companions, and defeating Shaw alone would be difficult for him. Eric nodded and accepted Charles's invitation to join the team. However, Fang Mo, who had witnessed everything, had a different opinion. In Fang Mo's view, young Charles was lacking. He seemed to have never learned to respect others' privacy. Unfortunately, it seemed that others didn't feel the same way. People like Mystique, Raven Darkholme, Eric, Magneto, and even high-ranking CIA officials and Agent Mora, who specialized in investigating the Hellfire Club, didn't share Fang Mo's view. Eventually, Charles reached an agreement with the CIA. They had a common goal in capturing Sebastian Shaw, so high-ranking officials approved a secret base for Charles. With support from different sides, Charles finally turned his attention back to Fang Mo. "I apologize for what happened before." Despite having bandages on his head, Charles went to Fang Mo's place and sincerely said, "I shouldn't have invaded your thoughts without permission. Please believe me, it was just an instinctive reaction." "Hey, we're all mutants. Why are you apologizing?" Fang Mo laughed and casually patted Charles on the shoulder. "I'm just naturally sensitive. Just remember not to use your abilities on me again." Hearing Fang Mo's words, Charles felt relieved. But before he could say thank you, Fang Mo added something. But let me make this clear. If you ever dare to read my mind again, I will immediately crush you, squeeze you, and bring you down to the ground. Fang Mo smiled and looked at Charles. And trust me, it would be purely instinctive reaction. When Charles heard this, he got a headache. He could tell that Fang Mo was serious even without using telepathy. Charles had learned about Fang Mo's past accomplishments through communication with the CIA, such as destroying Auschwitz 18 years ago. The authorities didn't know the exact details of Fang Mo's mutant abilities, but they could see from the evidence that he had killed many people. He was clearly a major threat, comparable to a nuclear weapon. In the midst of the Cold War, the US leadership didn't want to provoke such a dangerous individual. Their order was to find a way to win Fang Mo over. Charles agreed with this approach. Fang Mo's power was unbelievable, and having him on their side would be a tremendous advantage. However, Fang Mo's difficult personality made it challenging to communicate with him without using telepathy. Unexpectedly, Eric volunteered to talk to Fang Mo. Charles had some concerns but didn't have any other options. It was his own fault for prying into Fang Mo's mind earlier and losing his trust. He had to rely on Eric to give it a try. Shortly after Charles left, Eric knocked on the door again. I heard you fought Sebastian 18 years ago, Eric said, getting straight to the point. Your battle even destroyed that concentration camp. Why didn't you kill him? I used the wrong skill, Fang Mo replied casually, playing with some white candles. I wanted to cosplay as Pain and copy his moves, but the power was too strong, and I lost track of him. The wrong skill. Eric paused. What do you mean? He was trying to show off to me, Fang Mo explained, standing up and placing the white candles carefully. I can't stand it when someone tries to show off, so I gave him a big blast. It had a wide range, but it wasn't focused enough, and he accidentally escaped. By the way, do you have fire? Confused, Eric handed Fang Mo a lighter. Thanks, Fang Mo said, taking the lighter and lighting the candles. He also pulled up the curtains, creating a dim and eerie atmosphere in the room. What are you doing? Eric asked, observing Fang Mo muttering words to the candles. Praying, Fang Mo replied, folding his hands together. Although the timing and location aren't ideal, I'm going to pray. Please bless me, Tahakara Buddha, Medhakara Buddha, Sarakara Buddha, Bankara Buddha, Koda Buddha, Magala Buddha, Sumana Buddha, Riveda Buddha, Sobhata Buddha, Anomadasi Buddha, Paiduma Buddha, Enrata Buddha, Paidumatara Buddha, Sumidha Buddha, Sujata Buddha, Payadasi Buddha, Athaidasi Buddha, Damadas Buddha, Siddhartha Buddha, Tissa Buddha, Fusa Buddha, Vipas Buddha, Sikh Buddha, Vesabite Buddha, Kakuzandha Buddha, Kagamana Buddha, Kasapa Buddha, Gautama Buddha. As Fang Mo recited, he summoned his stand, Steve. Steve took out 3 lucky blocks from his backpack and opened one of them. A bright light flashed, revealing a magnificent ring in Steve's inventory. Holy shit! The Ring of Arcana! Fang Mo exclaimed, momentarily stunned before becoming excited. Eric watched Fang Mo, who suddenly became very excited, and he felt completely confused. The situation felt eerie and strange. Fang Mo was talking non-stop, lighting candles, and chanting, which made Eric quite scared. He thought that Fang Mo's mental state might not be stable, so he decided to quietly leave for now and figure out what to do later. Fang Mo noticed Eric leaving, but he didn't have the energy to pay attention to him. He was too excited and couldn't control himself. Fang Mo was holding the Ring of Arcana, which was a powerful artifact in a game called the Equivalent Exchange mod. It was considered one of the best artifacts in terms of power. It made Fang Mo very excited. The Ring of Arcana was even more terrifying than the Void Ring because it was made up of 4 rings, the Ring of Ignition, Zero Ring, Harvest Goddess Band, and Swift Wolf's Rending Gale. It also had 5 red materials. When these rings and materials were combined, they formed the ultimate ring. The Ring of Ignition was immune to fire and could create high temperatures that burned everything around it. On the other hand, the Zero Ring could freeze the entire world. The Harvest Goddess Band could make plants grow quickly and automatically harvest or destroy them. As for Swift Wolf's Rending Gale, it allowed the user to fly, create whirlwinds, and wind walls. It could even turn rain into thunderstorms. In the Equivalent Exchange mod, players could merge the power of these 4 rings by using the 5 red materials. Wearing the Ring of Arcana meant having control over fire, ice, storms, and nature, 4 powerful elements. Without thinking too much, Fang Mo took the ring from Steve's hand. In an instant, a bright light flashed, and a heavy and beautiful ring appeared in Fang Mo's hand. Now I truly feel like a sorcerer, Fang Mo said as he looked at the Ring of Arcana in his hand, unable to hide his excitement. Chapter 90, Chapter 89. Steve had 3 lucky blocks in his hand. In addition to the Ring of Arcana, Fang Mo also obtained an Evertide amulet and rotten flesh. Praying to Buddha is an unbelievably amazing experience. Even Fang Mo himself couldn't believe that he drew 2 items from the equivalent exchange module using 3 lucky blocks. The Evertide amulet wasn't as powerful as artifacts like the Watch of Flowing Time, Catalytic Lens, or Void Ring, but it was still obtained from the equivalent exchange module. While it may not be strong, it could create clouds and rain. Fang Mo realized he needed to study the thermal expansion module in Minecraft carefully when he returned next time. Even if he couldn't remember anything else, he had to figure out how to make the bio ball. It would be useful for capturing villains and summoning them for sacrifice when he needed to draw a lottery. Ideally, Fang Mo wanted to return to the Marvel World's Asgard and find a Feng Shui treasure for good luck. He hoped to obtain the Infinity Sword as well, but that was a discussion for another time. Right now, Fang Mo was more interested in the amulet and the ring he held. Since he already wore the Void Ring on his right hand, Fang Mo decided to wear the Ring of Arcana on his left hand after thinking for a moment. The Ring of Arcana looked similar to the Void Ring, with ancient and mysterious inscriptions engraved on its wide and thick body. However, the ring had a deeper color, and the gemstone on it constantly changed colors. Fang Mo tested the abilities of the Ring of Arcana. It worked just like in the game. He could manipulate the temperature, creating fire or ice and snow with ease. He could also control powerful tornadoes and storms. Most importantly, Fang Mo could control all plants as he pleased. With a simple thought, the ground in the yard shook, and a tall tree sprouted. The branches bloomed with beautiful flowers in a matter of seconds, filling the air with a pleasant fragrance even inside the house. Impressed, Fang Mo lightly tapped the tree from a distance. The Ring of Arcana emitted a vibrant green light, and the tree started to transform. Roots rose from the ground like legs, while branches formed jagged claw-like hands. Finally, cracks appeared on the tree trunk, revealing a fierce face. Wow, wood release, wood human. Amused by the tree person nearby, Fang Mo couldn't help but laugh. I just used bone meal and this guy instantly became Buddha. Now I'm truly invincible. Equivalent exchange is amazing. Fang Mo was happily studying his new tools when Charles and Eric started talking in another room. I think there might be something wrong with Fang Mo's mind, Eric said, recalling Fang Mo's strange behavior. He's really strong in combat, but I can't figure out what he's thinking. That's possible, Charles agreed, looking concerned. I can't seem to understand him either. It's a difficult situation. I've never faced anything like this before. Charles, maybe you shouldn't rely too much on your abilities, Raven, a shape-shifting woman, chimed in. If you don't want to invade his thoughts, you shouldn't force it. I just want to help him, Charles explained earnestly. You should understand. I mean him no harm. I know, Raven sighed. But good intentions aren't enough reason to invade someone's thoughts, right? Well, okay, you make a valid point, Charles admitted, raising his hands. In the next few days, I'll try to learn more about psychology and see if I can make him feel more comfortable. But we can't solely focus on Fang Mo. Sebastian is definitely planning something. What's your plan then? Eric asked, getting alert at the mention of their enemy. Should the 3 of us try to find him? No, Sebastian has powerful mutant partners, Charles explained, shaking his head. The 3 of us alone wouldn't stand a chance against them. We need to find other mutant allies. Eric nodded, considering Charles's suggestion. But where can we find them? It's simple, Charles said, smiling slightly. I'll introduce you to someone who can help us. When you meet him, you'll understand. Before Charles could finish his sentence, Fang Mo entered the room, humming a song. I heard you guys want to build a mutant team. Fang Mo said casually, sitting down on the sofa. I think it's a great idea. I lost contact with my comrade 18 years ago. If you can help me find them, maybe he can join too. Your comrade? Eric asked, intrigued. If he can be your comrade, He must be very strong, right? Is he super strong? Well, he's actually just a fighter, Fang Mo shrugged. Either of you could easily defeat him. But he can still be your comrade. Eric was puzzled. He's good at tanking, Fang Mo explained, raising his hands. He is practically immortal, even though his damage output is low. When I fight, I don't need help with damage. I'm happy as long as they can take the hits for me. After hearing everything you said, Charles rubbed his forehead. I still don't quite understand. I understand each word, but when they're put together, it's confusing. Charles had an instinct to read Fang Mo's thoughts but quickly dismissed the idea. If you didn't have those strange thoughts, you wouldn't have ended up half paralyzed, Fang Mo mocked, pulling out a bloody stick from his pocket. Has no one ever told you? Trying to understand others can make you confused or even crazy. It's important to give yourself space and focus on your own thoughts and feelings too. I'm sorry, I just wanted to help you, Charles sincerely apologized. You might not understand, but when I read someone's memories, I can also feel their emotions. It's not about mocking them, it's about empathy. We're all mutants, Eric intervened, placing his hand on Fang Mo's shoulder. We should have common enemies, not fight amongst ourselves. I don't see you guys as enemies either, Fang Mo shrugged. If I did, you'd be in big trouble. So we're not enemies? Raven asked, curious. Are you willing to join our team? For now, I'll join, Fang Mo considered. Sebastian has a nuclear submarine, and there's another mutant with teleportation abilities on his side. If that guy tries to escape, it'll be difficult for me to catch him alone. It's better if I leave it to you. Welcome, my friend, Eric said with a friendly gesture, extending his hand. When Fang Mo expressed interest in joining the team, Charles felt relieved. He knew Fang Mo's assistance would be valuable, especially considering his power equal to nuclear weapons. With Fang Mo on their side, they would feel safer. Charles wasted no time and led everyone to the laboratory, where they met a scientist named Hank. Hank was a mutant too, with characteristics resembling those of a primate. He was tall and had agile feet like an ape. However, his mutation seemed to have enhanced his brain, as he had advanced technology at his disposal. The equipment that Charles showed them was a brainwave amplifier invented by Hank. According to Hank, Charles was currently the most powerful telepathic mutant. With the brainwave amplifier, Charles could extend his willpower to reach almost anywhere on Earth. As Charles had mentioned earlier, he intended to find other mutants to join their cause, and this machine was the key. He could use his telepathic abilities to locate suitable mutants and establish contact with them in the past. Their journey closely followed the original story. Charles and Eric traveled for several days and successfully recruited mutants like Darwin. On their last day, they visited a bar and coincidentally encountered Logan, also known as the Wolverine, who was enjoying his drink. Hello, I'm Eric. Hello, I'm Charles. They greeted Logan politely as they approached him. However, Logan surprised them by responding with a curse. Go fuck yourself. Logan didn't even bother to look at them and continued drinking his whiskey. But suddenly, Logan heard a voice he recognized all too well. This whiskey tastes awful. Do humans actually drink this? Waiter, bring me something stronger. Logan couldn't believe his ears. He turned around and saw Fang Mo holding a plate of fried peanuts. Here, have some peanuts. You dare to come back? Before Fang Mo could finish his sentence, Logan jumped up and grabbed Fang Mo by the collar. Don't tell me you've been shitting for 18 years. Chapter 91, Chapter 90. Logan grabbed Fang Mo's collar and got really excited. He even dropped his cigar, saying, Your stupid Titanic fell apart just 5 minutes after you left. Do you have any idea how long I was stuck at sea? Coughing, Fang Mo admitted, Yeah, it's my fault. Fang Mo saw how worked up Logan was and could only rub his forehead helplessly, saying, But I was tricked too, you know. Fang Mo had been thinking about timelines for the past few days and now had some clues. He used to think there was a problem with the timeline of the X-Men's world, but after careful consideration, he had a new idea. The first time Fang Mo entered the Marvel Universe, he ended up in a cave in Afghanistan and saw Iron Man being born. Then he got involved in the Hulk story. When Fang Mo entered the Marvel Universe for the second time, Thor's hammer mysteriously appeared at his feet. He helped Thor with an Asgardian issue, and then the Battle of New York from the first Avengers movie started almost right away. At first, Fang Mo thought there was a time difference between the two worlds. But after experiencing 18 years of the X-Men's timeline, Fang Mo had a new perspective. He traveled to other universes using the Book of Ages. In the Mistcraft module, the Book of Ages didn't just cross space, it also seemed to span different periods of time. So Fang Mo started to doubt. Was he always ending up near important events? For example, in the X-Men's world, Fang Mo destroyed Sebastian's base in Nazi territory and witnessed the power of nuclear weapons with Wolverine. During that time, he accidentally unlocked the bamboo module and wanted to go back to use the lucky block for some rewards. All of this happened in an instant. But when Fang Mo returned, he realized 18 years had passed, and he coincidentally caught up with Professor X and Magneto's plot to arrest Sebastian Shaw. Maybe 1 or 2 times could be a coincidence, but every time Fang Mo traveled, he encountered these storylines. It was just too strange, right? What? Logan couldn't believe what Fang Mo was saying. You're telling me you got tricked too? I mean it literally, Fang Mo explained helplessly. I activated the teleportation, but the nuclear explosion created a strong electromagnetic field that messed up the stability of the portal. I got caught in a spatial turbulence and only managed to escape a few days ago. Logan stared at Fang Mo, clearly not buying his explanation. Look at me now, Fang Mo continued jokingly. This world should have moved forward 18 years, right? Do you see any changes in my face? And look at the clothes I'm wearing, don't they look familiar? Logan hesitated for a moment. Fang Mo was indeed wearing the same combat uniform from 18 years ago, and he hadn't aged at all. Aren't you supposed to be all-powerful? How did you get caught in some time turbulence? Logan furrowed his brow, still skeptical. I've never teleported near nuclear weapons before, Fang Mo shrugged. What can I do? I didn't know. Sir, what Fang Mo said might be true, Charles intervened. A few days ago, during a military operation, Fang Mo suddenly appeared on the warship and asked the soldiers what year it was. When Logan heard this, he let go of Fang Mo, whom he had been suspicious of. How did you find me? Logan leaned back in his seat, took a sip of his drink, and asked. Did you use your superpowers again? It was actually them this time. Fang Mo sat next to Logan and pointed at Charles and Eric. Your friends. Logan glanced at the two of them. They can be considered partners, Fang Mo shrugged. Anyway, I'm currently chasing a guy named Sebastian, but it's hard to do it alone. So, I formed a team with them. And I thought I'd invite you too. You're not trying to trick me again, are you? Logan became alert. I don't want to spend more years stranded at sea. How can it be called a trick when it involves mutants? Fang Mo said straightforwardly. Let me tell you, if you join, you can have all the best drinks you want, and you might even attract some ladies. I'm in. Logan immediately put out his cigar and agreed. With Logan on board, Charles's team was complete, consisting of Professor X Charles, Magneto Eric, Mystique, Beast, Banshee, Angel, Havoc, Darwin, Wolverine, and the Celestial. The CIA assigned a special area for the mutants to operate. Evening came quickly, and Charles gathered everyone together to get acquainted. But just as they gathered, CIA agent Mora approached and informed them that they had found Sebastian's location. The higher UPS were discussing strategies, so Charles immediately informed Eric and Fang Mo of the news and prepared to go to the conference room together. However, Charles was surprised when Fang Mo showed no interest in going to the conference room. You two can handle this little matter, Fang Mo lazily lounged on the sofa. I'll stay here and keep an eye on these kids. They are not kids, Charles defended them. I believe in these young people. They are exceptional in their own ways, and they will definitely surprise us. Would blowing up the entire base count as a surprise? Fang Mo recalled a scene from the original work and almost burst into laughter. And then sitting amidst the ruins, drinking alcohol, going crazy like addicts. What are you saying? Charles was taken aback. If you really think that's a surprise, then I'm game, Fang Mo said with a smile. I've recently learned a new skill called Wood Release, Wood Human. If you don't mind, I can show you a few tricks. Let's forget about it, Charles felt his eyelids twitch upon hearing that. Since you don't want to go, could you please look after these kids for me? I'll be back soon. Go ahead, Fang Mo waved his hand, showing no intention of getting up. Charles sighed and massaged his temples, feeling helpless in dealing with Fang Mo. The only option he had was to ask Eric to join him in the conference room. Once Charles and Eric left, the young mutants, who were initially reserved, started to become more active and engaged in hesitant conversations. However, their discussions mostly revolved around trivial topics like TV shows and everyday life, which became quite boring. Meanwhile, Logan sat alone at a distant bar, munching on peanuts, sipping whiskey and occasionally puffing on a cigar, blowing smoke into the air. At that moment, Raven, also known as Mystique, felt it was a good opportunity to bring up the topic of mutant code names. "We should choose code names," she suggested. With a smile, Raven addressed the group, "Since we're now working as government agents, it makes sense for us to have code names. I'll go with Mystique." "Ah, I wanted to be Mystique too," Shawn complained. "Sorry, I already decided on that one," Raven replied. Raven smiled cunningly and activated her power, rapidly transforming her body. Blue scales appeared on her skin, and within seconds, she took on Shawn's appearance, even winking at him. "Wow!" Shawn exclaimed, amazed, and clapping his hands. "Okay, who's next?" Raven declared, looking at a black guy. "Darwin, what's your power?" "My ability is Darwin," he shrugged, approaching a nearby fish tank. "It's about survival of the fittest." He then submerged his head into the fish tank. Gills quickly formed on his cheeks, enabling him to breathe underwater. All the while, he made a funny face at the others. The group applauded and cheered. Darwin eventually emerged from the fish tank, shook off the water from his head, and returned to the couch. Turning to Shawn, he asked, "And what about you? What's your power?" "I want to be called Banshee," Shawn replied. "Why choose a name based on a wailing spirit?" Hank asked curiously. Shawn didn't say anything. Instead, he stood up, opened his mouth, and unleashed a powerful sound wave that shattered a nearby giant glass window instantly. The others cheered in response. After Shawn, the rest of the group quickly shared their own powers. Angel could fly and shoot fireballs, while Alex could emit energy rings that were hard to control. Once everyone finished sharing their abilities, the attention naturally turned to Logan and Fang Mo. Logan was straightforward. Although he hadn't lost his memory yet, he wasn't particularly friendly towards people his age. Impatiently taking a sip of whiskey, he reluctantly revealed his bone claws. After Logan demonstrated his abilities, the eager youngsters shifted their attention to Fang Mo. "Hey, Raven," Shawn whispered, "you seem to know Charles well. Do you know what that mutant guy's power is? You even gave him the code name Celestial, which sounds so cool." "No. I never said that was his code name," Raven cautiously replied, glancing at Fang Mo. She couldn't help but remember the sight of him effortlessly defeating Charles and the blood-stained little wooden stick. Swallowing nervously, she continued, "Honestly, you might not believe it, but I think he is one." Chapter 92, Chapter 91. "I think he's like a god." Raven looked at Fang Mo cautiously and then whispered to Shawn. Even though they spoke quietly, Darwin, who was sitting nearby, still overheard their conversation. He asked, "Wait, did you say he's a god? Why? What's his special power?" "He didn't say," Raven replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. We were too afraid to ask." "What's the big deal? I can ask him for you." Darwin realized these people were still like children in some ways. He got up and approached Fang Mo. "Hi, I'm Darwin." Darwin walked up to Fang Mo, showing his white teeth. "You heard earlier, my power is survival of the fittest. Miss Raven called you a god. We're all curious about your special power. Can you show us?" "Oh." Fang Mo became interested immediately. "What? Do you all want to see me in action?" "Well." Darwin thought for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, we do." "Well, you've come to the right person." Fang Mo smiled. "Come on, young man. I currently have techniques like fire release, wood release, water release, universal pull and push, shattered heaven, and more. How about you choose one, and I'll demonstrate it for you." This. When Darwin saw Fang Mo's sincere smile, he felt a little uneasy. He asked cautiously, "Can I ask something first? Are your powers, like Alex's? Are they dangerous?" Fango waved his hand and replied, we're all mutants here. I won't deceive you. If you don't witness these abilities, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Yes, regret it for a lifetime. But just as Fango was trying to convince Darwin, Logan, who was drinking, interrupted suddenly, but if you see them, your life might be in danger. Hey, don't spoil the fun. Can't you keep your mouth shut? Fango protested to Logan, then turned back to Darwin with a kind smile. Young man, don't listen to your wolf uncle and his nonsense. He holds a grudge against me. Come, be brave and choose an ability, and I'll demonstrate it for you. Darwin became a bit anxious. Is it really just a demonstration? It won't be fatal, right? Fango looked at Darwin with surprise. What's the matter? Darwin grew nervous under Fango's gaze. You're quite good at teasing, young man. Fango couldn't help but admire him. I heard your ability is survival of the fittest. Ah, I see. Because you adapted to my way of speaking, you understand my jokes. Truly worthy of being Darwin, truly amazing. I, Fango, hereby declare you as the strongest source of amusement. Oh, you flatter me. Darwin scratched his head, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Well then, aren't you curious about my abilities? Fango turned to the young mutants nearby. Come here, I'll show you something exciting. Something exciting. The group looked at each other and instinctively walked towards Fango. I'll play a game with you. Fango revealed a mischievous smile to everyone and said, consider it a gift from me to all of you. But how much each person receives depends on your abilities. After he spoke, Fango then controlled Steve to place a gold block on the ground. Wow! What's this? When did this appear? The young mutants were surprised when they saw the sudden appearance of a golden block. Someone quickly recognized it and said, wait! Is this gold? It's real gold. Beast Hank, a scientist, confirmed the material. He was amazed and said, wow, someone can actually create gold. Is this thing really gold? Banshee Sean was also stunned and said, such a big piece of gold? Maybe it's gold-plated. This is the game I'm playing with you. Fango smiled and said, you see, it's a solid gold block. Now you can try to take it, but every minute, I will catch you and you'll face a punishment. The timer will continue until you give up, okay? What? Excitedly, everyone asked, can we really take it? Can we keep it? Caught up in the temptation, these young mutants ignored the potential consequences. Wolverine Logan, watching from a distance, quietly looked at them with a hint of sympathy in his eyes. Well, they're still young, after all. All right, let the timer begin. Fango snapped his fingers and sat on the sofa to watch. Immediately, everyone gathered around the gold block and tried to figure out how to take a small piece from it. Sean tried using ultrasonic waves, but gold didn't respond like glass, so it didn't work. Angel Salvadore attempted to melt the gold with her liquid, but gold is resistant to corrosion, so her idea failed. Darwin realized that gold was relatively soft, so he bit on one of the corners. His ability came in handy. Darwin's teeth quickly became sharp and strong, his cheeks bulged like a hydraulic cutter, and he bit off the first piece of gold. Seeing Darwin's success, the others cheered. Mystique imitated Darwin and managed to bite off a small piece too, although it was a bit challenging. Hank, why don't you join us? As the excitement grew, Sean invited Beast Hank to participate. Just him? It's better if he doesn't. Alex, who was nearby, laughed and said, use his big feet to dig out the gold pieces? That's silly. Can't you see Darwin is still biting it? Let's keep it clean. After hearing that, Hank's face turned pale, and he quietly left the activity room. Alex, why would you say such things about Hank? Raven couldn't stay silent when she witnessed this. Aren't we friends? Your words are really hurtful. It was just a joke among friends, Alex shrugged. Hank is just too insecure. I've spent years in prison because I couldn't control my powers. Did I complain? It's his own problem if he can't accept his abilities. All right, Alex, let's not dwell on this. Sean, who was nearby, interjected, why don't you demonstrate your powers? Can you cut this piece of gold in half? Inside this room? Are you sure? Alex hesitated. His ability was to shoot energy rings, but he wasn't very accurate. Aren't you afraid I might destroy the entire house? But we have gold, Sean said with a smile. How much does this place cost? Even if you damage something, you can just pay for it with the gold. Well. Upon hearing this, Alex became intrigued. Alright then, everyone step aside. Let me give it a try. Everyone quickly moved away. They were well aware of how destructive Alex's energy rings could be, they could slice solid metal in two. As they attempted to cut the gold block, Charles and Eric, who had just finished their meeting in a nearby conference room, walked out. They had finalized plans to capture Sebastian in the Soviet Union and were preparing to leave in an hour. These youngsters aren't ready to face Sebastian yet, Eric commented as they walked. I believe they'll surprise you, Charles replied confidently. They're not ordinary. Before he could finish his sentence, they arrived near the activity room. A strong burning smell reached their noses. They looked up and saw that the metal sculpture in the middle of the lawn had been somehow sliced. The top part lay on the ground, and the walls around it were marked with black scorch marks. There was a loud bang, and a red ring of energy shot out of the activity room, hitting the lawn at an angle. The grass turned black and dried up, and the ground cracked. Despite the chaos, they could still hear cheers from inside the room. Come on, Alex. You were so close to splitting it. Yeah, just a little more and you would have shattered it. Amidst the cheers, 2 more red energy rings flew out. One broke a nearby glass window, and the other split a water fountain that was spraying water. Oh my god! What's happening? Moira couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock. Let's make a guess, Eric seemed to have an idea and turned to Charles. Did these kids do it themselves, or did our nuclear bomb start provoking again? I have a headache, and I don't want to guess. Charles rubbed his forehead in frustration. Never mind, avoiding it won't solve anything. Let me see what they're up to. Saying this, the group went directly to the window and peered inside to see what was going on. Salvatore was flying around with a beer in his hand, Raven was awkwardly dancing on the sofa, Sean and Darwin were clapping and cheering nearby, and Alex stood in front of a golden block that had been split in half, pulsing with red energy. Damn it! Although he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but curse at the sight. However, at that moment, they heard the sound of a chainsaw nearby. Charles turned his head and saw Beast Hank walking purposefully towards the activity room, holding a chainsaw. But soon, he noticed Charles and his group. Both sides froze in place. Chapter 93, Chapter 92. Hank. Charles saw Beast Hank and was completely shocked. Why do you have a chainsaw? Hank didn't expect Charles to return so quickly, and he didn't know what to say. We're playing a game, and I wanted to join in. What kind of game is it? And why do you need a chainsaw? Charles couldn't believe his eyes. I can't believe what I'm seeing. I thought you were sensible, Hank. Do you realize how dangerous that tool is? Hank looked down, feeling regretful for his impulsive actions. I'm sorry, Professor. Okay, let's not blame him. Eric comforted Charles. If you think the chainsaw is dangerous, the people inside are even more dangerous. Have you figured out what to do? Charles rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Before he could decide on a plan, they heard Fang Mo's voice from the activity room. Hey, isn't that our mind-reading prince? Everyone turned their attention to Charles and Eric upon hearing this. However, they were still young and too caught up in their excitement to notice the tense atmosphere. Raven, in particular, jumped off the couch with enthusiasm. Who's the mind-reading prince? We agreed to call Charles Professor X. Look at his pale face, he clearly doesn't like that nickname. Fang Mo sat on the couch, happily poking the fire. Let's just call him Wheelchair Guy. With his personality, he might end up as a high-level quadriplegic one day. So, what are you all up to? Seeing Charles remain silent, Eric took the lead. And why is the room so messy? We're playing a game. Salvador the Angel realized something was off and spoke up quickly. Fang Mo brought out a gold block and said we could take whatever we want from it. A gold block? What gold block? Eric asked, confused. It's this, Alex, also known as Havoc, pointed to the broken gold block in front of him, a smile of excitement on his face. I can't believe it. Looks like I'm the richest person here now. Except for Fang Mo, Darwin added. A gold block. Charles and the others shifted their attention to Alex's side upon hearing the conversation. Indeed, there was something broken into two halves on the ground, but without an explanation, no one would consider it gold due to its large size. Eric tried to manipulate the object with his powers, but since gold isn't affected by magnetism, he couldn't hide his surprise. Wow, could this thing really be made of gold? Charles also picked up on the thoughts of the others to some extent. He wasn't invading their privacy or anything like that. In fact, he had been practicing self-control recently, so he could only sense their emotions. He noticed that these young mutants were very excited. Charles started to believe the story a little when they mentioned gold. Where did you get all this gold? Charles asked Fango, surprised. Aren't you focused on combat? Is this gold stolen? I dug up this gold myself, Fango replied directly to Charles. You clearly haven't been handling things well. You left these children here without caring for them. So, what's wrong with me, as an elder, giving them a small gift? Your gift is really generous, Eric couldn't help but comment. It's nothing special, Fango shrugged and smiled. If Charles ever becomes paralyzed, I could even give him a golden wheelchair. Why do you always bring up me being paralyzed? Charles asked. You don't seem hostile, but you keep mentioning it. Why? I'm just reminding you with good intentions, Fango smiled and raised his hands. Your voyeuristic soul is so corrupt that it could harm even a healthy body. Who knows, one day you might become paralyzed. Let's not talk about whether I'll be paralyzed or not right now, Eric interrupted Fango's banter, focused on their arch-nemesis Sebastian. We've found Sebastian's trail, and he's currently in the Soviet Union. We need to fly there within an hour. The Soviet Union. Fango remembered the plot upon hearing this. If he recalled correctly, the trace they found in the Soviet Union wasn't Sebastian but the White Queen Emma. It was a trap to lure Charles and Eric there, allowing Sebastian to attack and kill the young mutants on their side. I'm not going, Fango straightforwardly declined Eric's invitation. Why? Charles asked, confused. Aren't you searching for Sebastian? Why won't you come with us? Have you seen the gold on the ground? Fango couldn't be bothered to explain and made up an excuse. I dug it up from the Soviet Union's underground treasury. Well, if that's the case, we have no choice. Charles and Eric exchanged a helpless look and left first. CIA agent Moira quickly followed them. She believed that compared to the young mutants, these two were more dependable. Soon, the three of them flew together into Soviet territory. After Charles and the others left, Fango stopped teasing. He had already had enough fun earlier, and now he had to capture Sebastian. Therefore, he decided to go back and take a nap first. However, the other young mutants were still excited about the gold and continued celebrating late into the night. The next day came quickly. Fango woke up early and went to the kitchen with a big piece of beef. This beef was from the Minecraft world and was as big as a wash basin in real life, with beautiful patterns on it like marble. The CIA chef had never seen someone eat steak so early in the morning, but he knew Fango was special and didn't want to ignore him. He took the beef, cut a piece, and quickly cooked a juicy and tender steak for Fango. After finishing the steak, Fango asked the chef for another portion and then went to the activity room. About 2 hours later, Logan came in with a cigar. Have you eaten? Fango asked Logan. If not, do you want me to cook for you? Can you stop causing trouble in the morning? Logan replied without looking at Fango. He sat at the bar counter, took out a glass, and prepared to drink. Do we have any peanuts left? Or should I prepare some fennel beans for you next time? Fango smiled and said, drinking whiskey all the time isn't that interesting. Next time, I'll find a way to get you some authentic aged cellar liquor, fermented at low temperatures. It has a really nice aroma. I always feel like you have something else to say. As Logan poured himself a drink, he said, but thanks anyway, I've never tried that stuff. Just as Logan was about to drink, Fango suddenly took away his glass. Then Logan saw that Fango had brought a large plate of hot steak, filling the air with its delicious smell. Don't just drink, have some food. Fango smiled and placed the plate on the counter. There's a big event tonight, so remember to stand by my side and make comments when the jokes come up. Got it. Logan grabbed a piece of beef and ate it. He chewed and said, I'll try to stay away then. This steak is really delicious. He took another piece and enjoyed it. Unlike Fango and Logan, the other young mutants woke up in the afternoon because they had stayed up late the previous night. They groggily ate in the cafeteria before going to the activity room. The CIA people were efficient. They had almost destroyed the place the night before, but by the next day, everything was back to normal. They fixed everything and made it look like new, except for the grass. As for Alex, he had the most gold, so he talked to the CIA's higher UPS and gave them some of the gold for the repairs. The agents were curious about where Alex got the gold, but when they heard that Fango brought it, they stopped asking. Time passed quickly, and soon it was night. Logan looked at the sky outside, then put down his glass. Fango hummed a tune while watching TV, not feeling worried at all. The young mutants on the other side were unaware that something bad was about to happen. They kept playing games and having fun. But good times don't last forever. Before long, they heard strange noises from outside. What's happening? Salvador the Angel asked nervously. I don't know, said Beast Hank, frowning. But it doesn't seem good. Everyone gathered by the window to see what was going on outside. Suddenly, the head of the base fell from the sky and crashed outside the window, making a big mess of flesh and blood splattering on the glass. Chapter 94, Chapter 93. A group of young mutants got really scared when they saw fresh blood dripping on the window. Raven and Salvador screamed loudly because they were very frightened. Even the braver ones, Alex and Sean, were shocked and couldn't move for a moment. I know him. One of them exclaimed. Darwin panicked and said, he's in charge of this place. What's happening outside? But no one explained anything to them. Everyone was panicking and didn't know what was going on. Agents started falling from the sky, screaming and bleeding. The whole place went on high alert. Lights lit up the area, and many armed soldiers rushed to the room. They banged on the glass, telling the young mutants to step back. Don't get too close, stay in your rooms, a middle-aged agent told the mutants. We're under attack. But before he could finish, black smoke filled the air, and a man with red skin, who looked like a devil, suddenly appeared. He had a cruel smile on his face. Watch out! Behind you! The young mutants shouted. The agents quickly turned and saw the creature that looked like a devil. They started shooting at him. But as they shot, the figure turned into black smoke and disappeared. Then, he appeared in front of another agent and aimed his gun at the others. Amidst the screams, several agents were shot and fell to the ground. But as soon as the agent realized what happened, the attacker vanished again. The figure reappeared behind another agent and stabbed him in the back with a curved dagger. The agent looked down in disbelief, bleeding heavily. But the devil disappeared again, and the agent fell to the ground, losing consciousness. But the attack didn't stop there. This devil was very fast and could teleport anywhere. The agents couldn't hurt him. He kept teleporting behind agents, stabbing them, and then disappearing. Sometimes, he would grab two people and vanish. Those two people would scream and fall from the sky, dead when they hit the ground. Even in close combat, the agents couldn't fight back. The attacker suddenly teleported into the crowd with two short swords. He stabbed one agent in the neck and another in the chest. When the others tried to fight, he used his tail to impale someone's eye. Then, he disappeared again. The three targeted agents died instantly. What is that thing? The agents asked, getting anxious. The unexpected intruder was Azazel, a member of the Hellfire Club and Sebastian's right-hand man. He was the most powerful teleporter in the world. While the agents were confused, another person jumped out of the window and attacked the Red Devil. To the Red Devil's surprise, the person didn't scream when stabbed. Instead, he grabbed the Red Devil's arm and slowly turned his head, revealing a cold and fierce face. It was Wolverine, also known as Logan. The Red Devil was momentarily stunned. In the next second, Logan extended three sharp claws from his hand and stabbed the Red Devil's chest. The Red Devil tried to teleport, but Logan had grabbed his arm, stopping him. But the Red Devil fought back and used his tail to block Logan's claws. Then, the Red Devil exposed his back to the agents. The agents aimed their guns to shoot, but the Red Devil grinned and teleported again. He didn't leave, he just changed direction. All the bullets hit Logan, leaving him with many bullet holes. Logan moaned in pain and released his grip, giving the Red Devil a chance to escape. The Red Devil vanished into black smoke. Everyone, get out of here quickly. The agents seemed unsure about what to do. Suddenly, the Red Devil reappeared in an instant and stabbed one of the agents who couldn't escape in time. As the blade was pulled out, blood splattered into the activity room, narrowly missing the mutants. These young mutants were inexperienced and had grown up sheltered. Fear consumed them as they witnessed this brutal scene, leaving them unsure of what to do. In short, the situation was a human disaster and a looming natural disaster. Just then, gunfire, screams, and the sound of objects crashing came from the escape route. When the noises subsided, the group could hear faint footsteps approaching. Under the oppressive atmosphere, each footstep felt like a blow to their hearts. Almost instinctively, the young mutants huddled together. Darwin, Alexander, Hank, and Sean protected Raven and Salvador at the center. Outside, Logan, also known as the Wolverine, was still locked in a fierce battle. His combat skills weren't exceptional as he hadn't received the adamantium skeleton implant yet. Struggling against the agile and nimble Red Devil, he fought on, blood flowing like a small stream. After being stabbed by the Red Devil once again, Logan couldn't bear it anymore. He turned to Fango, who was still observing, and shouted, "Are you or Charles paralyzed? Can't you help us now?" "Hey!" Logan's shout awakened the group. Yes, they still had a self-proclaimed god among them. Realizing this, Darwin quickly pleaded with Fango, "Mr. Fango, please lend us a hand." "You're a god, right?" Salvador added hastily, "They need assistance." "I'll help," Fango shrugged and slowly stood up from the sofa. "But remember, I only handle the fighting part. You have to take care of yourselves." "Take care of ourselves?" The mutants looked confused. But Darwin had a sense of foreboding. Before he could think further, Fango vanished from his spot. The Red Devil, locked in combat with Logan nearby, suddenly felt an intense sense of danger. It was as if a great malevolence had targeted him. With no time to teleport, he instinctively used his two short swords to defend himself. In the next moment, a flash of black light, and Fango appeared in front of him, throwing a thunderous punch. The alloy short swords shattered instantly, and Fango pierced through the Red Devil's chest. In less than a second, the Red Devil spewed blood and was thrown backward. Before the Red Devil even hit the ground, Fango had returned to the activity room. "I heard that kid can control tornadoes," Fango smiled as he looked at the massive tornado on the experimental field. He then placed his hands in front of his mouth and said, "Let's see if I can blow that away." Fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. Chapter 95, Chapter 94. Fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. Fango crossed his hands, channeling his power, and unleashed a devastating display of fire. The initial flame began as a thin line, but as it burst out of the room, it transformed into an expansive sea of fire, engulfing the entire test field like a colossal tsunami. In an instant, an area spanning thousands of square kilometers succumbed to the ferocious blaze. The flames showed no mercy, incinerating everything in their path: lawns, trees, debris, and cars, leaving no remnants behind. Even within the room, the temperature skyrocketed, causing nearby furniture to smolder and burn. The sound of shattered glass resonated as the smoke alarm blared frantically. Everyone stood motionless, utterly speechless, and utterly awestruck by the unfolding spectacle. The flames outside the window turned the dark night into a blazing inferno, casting a crimson glow that veiled even the moon. This power surpassed that of any mutant. It was akin to witnessing a miraculous phenomenon. I think I understand now," Darwin muttered, his eyes fixed on the spectacle before him. "I understand why they call him the Celestial." "I feel the same way," Alex added, equally mesmerized by the distant scene. "You know what? I can't help but feel." Sean's voice trembled as he struggled to compose himself. "We don't even deserve to be his teammates. Maybe we're just spectators," Darwin blurted out, his thoughts running wild. "We should simply applaud and cheer for him from behind." "But only if we survive," Salvador interjected, unable to bear the scorching heat. "I feel like my wings are about to be charred." As the team grappled with the intense heat, Fango, a short distance away, finally ceased the torrent of flames. As the fiery tide gradually subsided, the test field underwent a complete transformation. The ground lay scorched and crimson, with the soil almost melting and cooling into a crystalline state. As far as the eye could see, the earth had turned into a desolate wasteland, shrouded in rising smoke. A gust of wind carried ashes high into the sky. "I suppose they've been burned to ashes, right?" Fango observed the aftermath on the test field, nodding to himself. Indeed, this is the true power of the Uchiha's ninjutsu. It even saves the enemy the cost of cremation. Tisk tisk, if Führer had known about this, perhaps he wouldn't have taken his own life over a mere gas bill. TL, this is because Hitler always does gas chambers. Can you please stop with the dark humor? At that moment, Wolverine Logan dragged Hellfire Azazel over and reprimanded Fang Mo. Last time you cracked a dark joke, we ended up confronting Hell directly. Can't you control yourself now? Oh, so this guy isn't dead yet. Fang Mo completely disregarded Logan's complaint, his attention fixed on Azazel. Surprisingly, this one has quite the resilience, even stronger than Noriaki Kakuin. Indeed, Fang Mo had previously punched a hole through Azazel's chest, but the demon-like mutant still clung to life. Although Azazel had lost consciousness, a faint breath persisted. It must be part of his mutant ability. Logan, unaware of the Kakuin, commented on Azazel's condition. He probably possesses some unique constitution that grants him this appearance and physical prowess far beyond that of ordinary individuals. No matter how impressive his constitution may be, it still pales in comparison to yours, doesn't it? Fang Mo couldn't help but remark, no matter how much you praise him, it won't change the fact that he was knocked down by my power and speedy punch. You, on the other hand, are different. I believe you could withstand a barrage of aura aura. What the hell is aura aura? Logan interrupted, unable to contain his curiosity. It's like your mind never thinks of anything good. By the way, how should we deal with this guy? Should we just finish him off? Well. Fang Mo turned his gaze to the fallen Azazel, lost in deep thought. However, before he could decide, the nearby door suddenly swung open, and a woman walked in. Fang Mo instinctively looked up, locking eyes with her, and both parties froze in place. What the F***ck, it's you. Upon seeing the woman, Fang Mo couldn't help but utter a curse. The woman appeared somewhat thrilled. How dare you harm Azazel? Before anyone could react, the woman narrowed her eyes, and suddenly, everyone felt a wave of dizziness engulf them. Countless agonizing memories flooded their minds, causing them to groan in agony, clutching their heads as they collapsed to the ground. This woman, Emma Frost, was also a prominent member of the Hellfire Club, much like Professor X. She ranked among the world's most formidable telepaths, known as the White Queen. Emma exerted her powers to their maximum extent at that moment. Almost everyone succumbed, writhing in pain on the ground. However, unlike the others, Fang Mo not only remained standing but closed his eyes peacefully, a nostalgic expression crossing his face, devoid of any suffering. Emma felt perplexed by this sight. She instinctively tried to delve into Fang Mo's mind. But as soon as the thought entered her mind, Fang Mo abruptly opened his eyes. Emma was caught off guard, sensing an overwhelming sense of danger. Quickly, she activated her own ability, transforming her entire body into diamond form. In the next instant, Fang Mo materialized before Emma. Without hesitation, he seized her head, lifted her into the air, spun her around, and slammed her forcefully into the ground. With a thunderous crash, the entire building seemed to shake. Emma experienced excruciating pain throughout her body, as if she could hear the sound of bones shattering. Yet, before she could even attempt to rise, Fang Mo had already drawn his cleaver and thrust it downwards. The blade emitted a metallic clang as it pierced through Emma's back, passing through her entire body and plunging more than half a foot deep into the concrete floor, securing her firmly in place. Though her diamond form shielded her from feeling excessive pain, Emma couldn't help but emit a scream. Do you know what happened to the last person who dared to peer into my mind? Fang Mo gradually squatted down, his gaze fixed on the terrified Emma. He became a paralyzed cripple confined to a wheelchair, lost all his hair, lived a life of profound misery, and eventually suffered from senile dementia, dying alone in a foreign land. Who are you? Emma stared at Fang Mo, attempting to suppress her fear, and asked. Didn't Sebastian tell you? Fang Mo smiled and inquired, do you know how he escaped from Auschwitz 18 years ago? It's you. Emma suddenly realized, her eyes widening in realization. Yeah, the whole world tried their best to forget about me. Fang Mo slowly tightened his grip on the Piaodeo's handle, exerting pressure. But now, I have returned. Wait, I surrender. Emma, feeling the cracks in her body widen, hurriedly pleaded. Don't kill me. I can be your subordinate, I will follow your every command. Sorry, I am a member of the love party. I don't engage in underhanded tactics like stealing someone else's love. Fang Mo shook his head slowly. You and Sebastian are a couple. I cannot stoop so low. Therefore, let us descend to hell together. I have nothing to do with Shaw. Emma quickly protested, we are just his subordinates, sharing a common ideal. Oh? Are you absolutely certain? Fang Mo regarded Emma with surprise. I am certain. Fang Mo stroked his chin and couldn't help but comment, is Sebastian injured or something? Why is he acting like those protagonists in online novels, losing interest even in that aspect? Emma remained silent, uncertain how to respond. Forget it, I will spare your life. I appreciate the memories you evoked, Fang Mo pondered for a moment before reaching a decision. Return to your human form, and I shall grant you a milk. Didn't my psychic attack revive painful memories for you? Upon hearing Fang Mo's words, Emma felt bewildered. She swiftly dispelled her diamond form, as failure to do so would result in being crushed into pieces. However, due to her severe injuries, Emma coughed up blood after reverting to her human form. The wound on her lower back had severed her spinal column, internal organs, and arteries. She felt herself teetering on the edge of collapse. Whether they bring happiness or sadness, those were once cherished memories for me. Fang Mo briefly explained, then poured an instant healing potion down Emma's throat. The healing potion proved potent, whether consumed orally or applied externally. In the past, when Stark had his stomach removed and couldn't absorb the potion, Fang Mo poured it into the cavity, resulting in the instantaneous regeneration of his stomach. Its remarkable effectiveness was undeniable. After saving Emma, Fang Mo also administered a bottle of healing potion to Hellfire Azazel. The main reason behind this decision was Azazel's demonic appearance. Fang Mo considered it amusing to teach him a few hellish jokes. He could then proudly boast to others that even demons sought his guidance. Chapter 96, Chapter 95. Fang Mo was certain that he couldn't consider himself a morally upright person. Why else would he desperately delete his phone records before his death? He had immersed himself in a vast array of literary works and videos, exploring various themes from A to Z, exposing himself to almost every genre. Fang Mo recognized that he was like an abyss, and even when confronted with his own reflection, he would awkwardly look away. Despite this, he remained a strong advocate of pure love, with no romantic feelings for the White Queen, or at most, he could only appreciate women. Men might deceive, but his younger brother would never mislead anyone. Fang Mo believed that after completing the X-Men storyline, it was time to venture into the realm of anime, preferably with a slightly more appealing art style, to find genuine enjoyment. So, you're only interested in knowing Shaw's whereabouts? Emma looked at Fang Mo in surprise, taken aback by the response. You're not actually interested in me. The only thing I'm interested in when it comes to you is whether you can be transformed into a diamond pickaxe. Fang Mo shrugged. Emma didn't say anything, just stared at Fang Mo with a strange expression. She now had some doubts that 18 years ago, not only was Shaw injured in that battle, but Fang Mo probably suffered a similar injury as well. After all, the way these two individuals treated her was surprisingly consistent, and they both went to great lengths to find each other. Fang Mo also noticed Emma's gaze and furrowed his eyebrows. Wait, are you thinking something inappropriate? I'm not. Emma couldn't admit it. It would be terrible, so she quickly shook her head. Before Fang Mo could speak, she immediately continued, you just want to know Shaw's location, right? I can tell you that he should be in a military resort in the Soviet Union. He's trying to persuade the top military officials to establish a missile base in Cuba, attempting to provoke a nuclear war between the Soviet Union and the Allied forces. To provoke a nuclear war between the Soviet Union and the Allied forces, hey. Fang Mo nodded. He did recall hearing about that. It wasn't much different from the original storyline. I was supposed to go, Emma said, after all, my ability is telepathy, which would be more convenient for influencing the top Soviet military officials. But Shaw changed his mind at the last minute and had me use my telepathy to recruit your team of mutants instead. Some of my people have already gone to the Soviet Union, but I doubt they can handle Sebastian. Fang Mo lowered his head in thought and then said, he should have a nuclear submarine, right? Do you know if the reactor on board is fusion or fission? Why do you ask about that? Emma looked at Fang Mo with confusion. Don't you care about preventing a nuclear war? Why should I care about a nuclear war? Fang Mo shrugged. It's not something I initiated. Whenever someone creates a doomsday crisis, does everyone expect me to clean up the mess? Today, Sebastian plans to destroy the world, I intervene and solve it. Tomorrow another Seth Sebastian pops up, and the day after that an Indian Bathian emerges. Do I have to solve all of them? Upon hearing Fang Mo's words, Emma also froze for a moment. In any case, I'm not interested in what Sebastian wants to do, Fang Mo continued. I just want to know where his nuclear submarine is and whether it's powered by fusion or fission. It has a fission reactor that requires regular refueling, Emma said. As for the exact location, we're not sure, but according to his plan, he should appear near the Cuban embargo line. A fission reactor, hey. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo felt a wave of disappointment. He had expected to be in the world of the X-Men with its advanced technology. Perhaps Sebastian could have a fusion reactor, but now it seemed he had set his expectations too high. Since that was the case, Sebastian's whereabouts seemed less significant. Instead of continuing to pursue Sebastian, it might be better to find a hydrogen bomb to play with and see if he could unlock the mod with the 40% progress. As for Sebastian's plan to destroy the world, Charles was such a compassionate person, always rushing in when faced with such situations. You seem somewhat disappointed, Emma observed the change in Fang Mo's expression and asked curiously. Is it because it's not a fusion reactor? Do you really need that? Well. Fang Mo rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It seems like I don't really need it that much. After all, my power is sufficient in that regard. But you seem quite obsessed with it, Emma looked puzzled. I thought it was important to you, like how Shaw needs to absorb energy to stay young. I'm not the same kind of person as Sebastian. Fang Mo shook his head. Or to put it another way, I'm fundamentally different from all of you. Why? Emma asked. Charles wants to fulfill his dream, Sebastian has his ambitions, Eric only cares about his revenge, even those young mutant children have their own concerns, right? Dreams, ambitions, revenge, concerns. You need to find at least one of these 4 goals to have the motivation to live in this world. Fang Mo said, looking at Emma, his tone and demeanor completely different from usual, becoming slow and calm. Right now, I am in a dangerous period without any goals. So I must occasionally find some amusement to keep myself awake, or else I fear something terrifying will happen. Your vigilance is too strong. Emma looked at Fang Mo and noticed a sense of emptiness in his eyes, which was slowly transforming into something even more terrifying. I can sense your wariness and resistance, albeit faintly. Perhaps, you should try opening your heart to others. Would you open your heart to an ant? Fang Mo retorted. Emma hesitated for a moment. Do you know why I didn't kill you? Before Emma could say anything, Fang Mo suddenly asked. Because you wanted to extract Shaw's information. Emma guessed. I could have obtained Shaw's whereabouts through other means even if I had killed you, Fang Mo said slowly, shaking his head. Then why? I quite enjoy your psychic attacks, Fang Mo smiled slightly, revealing a fact that sent shivers down Emma's spine. It reminds me that I'm still a flesh and blood person, rather than a terrifying being that transcends it. Give me a few more rounds, I want to get a good night's sleep. The next day arrived swiftly. As Fang Mo had anticipated, Charles and Eric were unsuccessful. They returned to the CIA base looking disheveled and were shocked to find that it, too, had been attacked. They hurriedly entered the base, filled with anxiety, and discovered people everywhere tending to corpses. The testing grounds had been reduced to ruins, stained with dried blood. Just as they were deeply worried, they caught sight of the young mutants assisting not far away. Seeing that the children were unharmed, both of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shortly after, they learned about the events that unfolded here last night, the invasion by the Hellfire Club. Logan fought the Red Devil to protect them. And then Fang Mo unleashed his godlike power. Fortunately, the flames summoned by Fang Mo did not harm their allies. After hearing that Logan had apprehended the Red Devil, Charles immediately went to see him, utilizing his telepathic abilities to examine his memories. Upon seeing the memories, he nearly broke out in a cold sweat. Now Charles finally understood why Fang Mo had spared him. Otherwise, if Fang Mo had struck his head, his brain would have burst open like a watermelon. Where is the White Queen, Emma? After taking custody of the Red Devil, Charles promptly inquired of Logan. She's in Fang Mo's room. Logan took a puff of his cigar. I advise you not to disturb him at a time like this. But before Logan could finish his sentence, Emma emerged from around a corner. It seems like it's all over. Charles breathed a sigh of relief and quickly approached Emma along with Eric. It appears that you have failed, Emma said without waiting for Charles to speak. I suppose you underestimated Shaw's abilities, but you do possess some skills to escape his clutches alive. To be honest, we accidentally let him slip away, Eric took over the conversation. But now we have a general idea of his capabilities, and he won't be able to evade us next time. But to find him again, we might need a little assistance from you, Charles also added. He's planning something incredibly dreadful, and I must find a way to stop him, no matter what. Shaw does indeed have a flawless plan, Emma smiled faintly. But if we're talking about something horrifying, I believe the one by your side is even more terrifying. Haven't you ever paid serious attention to him? The one by our side. Charles and Eric exchanged glances. Are you referring to Fang Mo? Shaw wants to create a new world, but even he relies on schemes and other petty tricks. Fang Mo, however, is different, Emma said slowly. If Fang Mo wants to accomplish something, there is no one in this world who can stop him. Chapter 97, Chapter 96. Due to the invasion of the Hellfire Club, it is clear that the CIA's secret base on this side is no longer usable. However, the young mutants soon discovered Charles's true power. Compared to intrusive telepathy, Charles's ability to generate money was obviously more appealing, especially to this group of homeless children. Nothing caught their attention more than a luxurious mansion. During this time, a small incident occurred. As everyone was about to leave the secret base, a group of CIA agents suddenly arrived. They intended to forcibly take the two prisoners of the Hellfire Club. Their reasons seemed justified. The impact caused by this group of individuals was too severe. The Red Devil alone killed countless agents the previous night. Moreover, it was evident that the leader of the Hellfire Club was planning something, and the CIA believed they had the right to know, right? Taking these two prisoners away for interrogation seemed like a normal course of action. However, just as Charles was about to hand over the prisoners, Fang Mo interjected, "You make a good point, but I refuse." Fang Mo didn't care much about the life or death of the Red Devil. In his eyes, the guy was a joke at best. But Emma was different. Her psychic abilities were quite useful. Fang Mo had a rare dream about his childhood last night, so it was unlikely for him to agree to let the CIA take her away. "I'll give you two choices." Smiling at the CIA agents in front of him, Fang Mo continued, "The first choice is to know when to quit and take the Red Devil back. The second choice is to forcibly take both of them back, and then I will randomly select 100 lucky cities over the next day and unleash equal destruction upon them, just as you did to the Native Americans in the past. Of course, you can think that I'm lying. It doesn't matter. Be brave and bet with me on the future of the United States for the next 500 years. Let's see if I have the strength." It turned out that even the White House could back down. There was no other way. After all, they were facing Fang Mo now, not someone else. He was a humanoid monster who could teleport freely and cover a radius of thousands of kilometers with flames exceeding 1,800 degrees at any time. Moreover, Professor Charles had mentioned that Fang Mo's mental state might be somewhat unstable. The higher UPS at the CIA had to think twice. After all, no one wanted to go home and suddenly find that Fang Mo had teleported nearby, blowing a devastating blast of flames. For now, the official side did not want to escalate the tension between the two parties. Of course, there were certainly radical factions behind the scenes, such as General Stryker, who appeared later in the plot, and Bolivar, the initiator of the Sentinel program. But was Fang Mo afraid of them? Even if they truly poisoned mutants and created Sentinel robots, what did that have to do with Fang Mo? If they couldn't harm each other, Fang Mo could simply fly to the moon and gradually push those things back to Earth using the gravitational field. Let's see who would back down first. In any case, the plot unexpectedly remained calm for a period of time. Charles finally discovered his other hobby, which was teaching mutant students. With his help, these young mutants experienced noticeable growth, and their relationships with each other improved. This included not only Darwin, who was supposed to have died in the original work, but also the defector Salvador. Even on Magneto's side, with Charles's assistance, he mastered the trick to activate his own abilities, resulting in a significant leap in power intensity. Perhaps the only person who hadn't changed was Fang Mo. Charles was genuinely concerned about his well-being and found a way to enlighten him. Thus, the task was usually assigned to Emma, Raven, and Logan. Unfortunately, Fang Mo had no interest in revealing his secret. Telepathy couldn't penetrate his mind, and Fang Mo wasn't interested in the women present. Even if Logan attempted to get him drunk, he wouldn't be a match for this unwavering individual. So despite everyone's efforts, the results were minimal. Nevertheless, their efforts were not in vain. After all, Fang Mo was not a fool and had noticed the actions of this group of people. Fang Mo approached Logan, who was smoking a cigar, and said, "Why aren't you drinking today?" With a smile, Fang Mo extended a bag to Logan, saying, "Is it International No Drinking Day? I didn't see you quit smoking on International No Smoking Day, did I? Oh, and there's also International No Hands Day." "Sorry, but those holidays don't exist in my world," Logan replied, glancing at Fang Mo. "Well, what a coincidence, they don't exist in my world either," Fang Mo chuckled, presenting the bag to Logan. "Here, take it and smoke." Logan accepted the bag with confusion, opened it, and discovered a uniquely shaped cigar inside. Logan was genuinely surprised for a moment, but he curiously examined the cigar. He found that it was not only heavy but also enveloped in a layer of purple golden light. After a brief pause, Logan lit the cigar and took a puff. The smoke felt rich and smooth in his mouth. A complex aroma filled the air, a blend of tobacco, coffee, cocoa, nuts, and fruit, with a mellow bitterness and a subtle hint of sweetness. Logan's eyes lit up, and he couldn't resist taking a few more puffs. As he smoked, Logan hesitated to put out the cigar, intending to save it for later enjoyment. However, he suddenly noticed something peculiar. Although the cigar had been continuously burning, it didn't seem to diminish in length at all. "What is this?" Logan muttered in surprise. "Infinite cigar," Fang Mo replied, smiling. "The world's top Cuban cigar combined with an enchanted altar and a forging table. It's an infinite and indestructible cigar. Do you like it? This thing never runs out?" Logan asked, examining the cigar in his hand, genuinely surprised. "Yes," Fang Mo confirmed with a nod. "I wanted to give you a bottle of infinite whiskey, but for some reason, I couldn't create it." Logan discarded his cheap cigar on the ground and took another strong puff of the infinite cigar given by Fang Mo, exhaling a fine white smoke. "Thanks. Just a cigar, nothing more," Fang Mo shrugged, then tossed a golden object towards Logan. "You smoke all day long, like an old chimney. Remember to eat this to nourish your lungs." Curious, Logan caught the object in his hand and found it to be a weighty apple. What's this again?" Logan inquired, sniffing the golden apple, but it was coated with a layer of gold, making it scentless. "Tony's happy apple," Fang Mo explained, shrugging. "Is it meant to be eaten?" Logan questioned, weighing the golden apple in his hand. "Take a bite," Fang Mo encouraged with a smile. "I've heard that mutant powers stem from genetic mutations, and this item seems to influence human genes. Even ordinary people who consume it can surpass human limits. So, I assume it can enhance mutant gene powers as well. Is this valuable?" Logan inquired, inspecting the golden apple. "It's worth less than 20 tons of gold," Fang Mo shrugged. "Anyway, try eating one first. After all, your power of sarcasm is still too weak. I was afraid I might accidentally kill you if I used my full strength earlier, which would tarnish my reputation." "I have a question to ask," Logan interrupted, looking at the golden apple in his hand and then raising his gaze to meet Fang Mo's. "Can you tell me the truth?" "Go ahead and ask," Fang Mo responded, nodding. "You?" Logan paused for a moment, then rubbed his forehead. "Are you really a mutant?" "No," Fang Mo replied, "I'm your father." "I'm serious," Logan pressed, rubbing his forehead. "Please don't say random things at a time like this." "I'm not saying random things," Fang Mo shrugged, spreading his hands. "I just admitted that I'm not a mutant." "Then what the hell does "I'm your father" mean?" Logan asked, growing impatient. "It means exactly what it says," Fang Mo shrugged again. "I'm so amazing that I could be the father of anyone." Logan stared at Fang Mo for a long time, then suddenly spoke up, "Actually, I can understand that feeling of not finding direction and loneliness. You could be a bit more honest. Why are you suddenly talking about this?" "I'm not that fragile, you know." Fang Mo chuckled, a mix of laughter and exasperation. Right now, I'm preoccupied with how to obtain a hydrogen bomb and find a tattoo artist to ink my portrait on the Red Devil or something. I'm living a fulfilling life, all right. But that's not what you truly want, a voice interjected, and Fang Mo turned to see Raven approaching them. You should strive for what you genuinely desire instead of settling for substitutes. Like how you use Hank as a substitute for Charles. Fang Mo quipped with a smile. Have you finally realized that being a lapdog is not the right path? You. Raven retorted, becoming visibly annoyed. I'm trying to help you. How can you say that about me? So you're suggesting that I pursue the things I truly want? Fang Mo interrupted Raven, not letting her finish. Are you willing to assist me? Hey. Raven was taken aback, then instinctively responded, I can, but how can I help you? Come to my room tonight. Chapter 98, Chapter 97. System prompt. The concepts of appearance replacement and custom skins have been studied, and you have obtained permission to download a new mod. System prompt. Downloading the custom Steve mod has started. System prompt. Downloading the custom Steve mod is complete. Load now. System prompt. Custom Steve mod successfully loaded. System prompt. Since you've downloaded and run a new mod, you've received a lucky block that randomly selects an item from any known mod. Accompanied by a series of system prompt sounds, Fang Mo felt a surge of unfamiliar information entering his mind. At the same time, in Steve's inventory, there was a colorful lucky block. Oh, this is great, Fang Mo exclaimed as he noticed the lucky block. However, Raven, who was nearby, couldn't believe what she was seeing. Her face was filled with disbelief. Wait, did you actually just touch my shoulder and make it work? Raven hesitated before asking cautiously. Raven was starting to understand what Emma had told her before. You must be really lucky, Fang Mo replied, not realizing what Raven was thinking. He was focused on the lucky block and the mod. He even hummed a happy tune, I only had to touch it, and it worked perfectly. It would have been a real pain if I had only completed half of it, wouldn't it? Raven remained silent, her expression subtly complex as she looked at Fang Mo. Hey! Fang Mo was taken aback by Raven's reaction. Wait, are you getting the wrong idea? No, I'm not. I didn't. Don't make assumptions, Raven quickly shook her head. She couldn't possibly admit it. That would only cause trouble. Well, it seems you're misunderstanding something, Fang Mo frowned and touched his forehead. Sister, you've got quite the vivid imagination. I'm really not what you think. Oh, right. Raven quickly nodded. I understand. It's okay. Don't worry about what others think. Damn, can't I explain it clearly? Fang Mo slapped his forehead. No, don't push me, or Charles will hate me. Charles? Raven chuckled self-deprecatingly. He sees me as his little sister. He won't be bothered by these things. Is it possible that, Fang Mo absent-mindedly stroked his chin and tentatively said, maybe Charles is the one who can't perform, and I just haven't found the right person. Raven didn't say anything, but her gaze towards Fang Mo seemed to say, do you really think I believe you? Maybe Charles has a mind-reading fetish. Fang Mo shrugged. He gets excited by delving into people's secrets and stuff. After all, people who mess with minds and those who mess with time have something in common. Just look at how popular the Time Stop and Hypnosis series are. So you're saying you just haven't found the right person? Raven finally grasped what Fang Mo meant. At that moment, her blue scales transformed, and she took on the appearance of a black-haired young girl, emphasizing her alluring legs and black stockings. What about this? Fang Mo was momentarily stunned by the sight. I heard from Emma that you don't like blonde hair and blue eyes. So how about this? Raven smiled confidently. Or maybe you could be direct and tell me your preferences. And I don't just mean age. You look really nice, Fang Mo said, glancing at Raven. In that moment, Fang Mo had to admit that Raven had a certain appeal. It explained why some people wanted to claim her in fanfiction. Are you coming? Raven asked with a smile. Sure. Fang Mo stood up immediately. But since you've struck a chord with me, it's only fair that I do something for you as well. As he said that, Fang Mo's thoughts flickered. Suddenly, his body turned into a white light and transformed into the appearance of Charles. Charles? Raven widened her eyes in astonishment. How? How is this possible? Did you copy my mutant ability? It's analysis, Fang Mo, as Charles smiled deliberately in his tone. Observation, understanding, and reconstruction. Raven, it's quite simple. It's not much different from telepathy. As a genius, I can certainly do it. You. Raven looked at Charles's face and felt an odd sense of discomfort deep within her heart. It made her uneasy. Forget it. It seems you're really not interested in me. Raven transformed back into her original form, covered in blue scales. What about you and me? Fang Mo, still in Charles's appearance, continued. Raven, I apologize for treating you like a little sister before. It seems you've grown up, and I need to get to know you in a different way. Raven seemed momentarily stunned, curious about Fang Mo's words. You're still young lady, Fang Mo patted Raven's shoulder with a smile. As a true warrior of love, let me give you some advice. If it's your first love, experience a genuine relationship. Of course, if you want to seduce me, that's not impossible either. We can explore that when we're older and full of desire. We have plenty of time ahead of us. What's the point of a genuine relationship if it only leads to heartbreak? Raven shook her head. Charles doesn't want to stand by my side. No matter how chaotic the world becomes, he just wants to blend in. Then find someone else, Fang Mo suggested. Hank is the same, Raven sighed. Do you know? He brought me 2 potions before, claiming they could remove my blue skin, as if it were something repulsive. But I've never found it repulsive. That's what sets us apart. So you turn to Eric? Or me? Fang Mo rubbed his chin. Eric can appreciate your beauty. Why not give it a try? So you think I'm ugly too? Raven asked. Not at all, Fang Mo pondered and replied. My opinion is different from Charles or Eric. They both have extreme views. One wants you to be like an ordinary person, while the other wants you to remain in your mutant form. It's like forcing someone to eat only sweet or salty rice dumplings for their entire life. It's ridiculous, isn't it? What do you think, then? Raven, intrigued, asked. She was hearing this perspective for the first time. I think you'd be great at role-playing. You could easily make millions if you give it a try, Fang Mo shrugged. Are you serious? Raven's eye twitched. Well, I was just joking, Fang Mo raised his hands and said. To me, you are you. You have flaws and strengths. Admittedly, your blue appearance may contradict traditional aesthetics, but at the same time, you can transform in countless ways. As someone who appreciates diversity, I find it amazing. I believe that when you love someone, you should accept them completely because it's the combination of those flaws and strengths that make them unique in the world, don't you think? So. Raven thought for a moment and couldn't help but ask, can I be that unique person? Sorry, you can't, Fang Mo shook his head. Just like no one can replace Charles, maybe you'll never have him in this lifetime. But at least you'll never forget him, right? You're right, Raven nodded. I feel like I understand something now. Thank you for your guidance. If you understand, then go now. I need some time alone, Fang Mo waved his hand, wanting to enjoy his new ability as customized Steve a bit longer, so he dismissed her. Emma was right, you're truly an odd person, Raven couldn't help but laugh. After their conversation, she didn't find Fang Mo as intimidating as she initially thought. I came here to enlighten you, but it seems I found enlightenment for myself instead. Well, that's to be expected. I am a master of love, after all, Fang Mo tilted his head back and said. When those kids were dating, I gave them a lot of advice, even if it all ended in failure, my contribution was undeniable. That's true, your contribution is undeniable, Raven said, covering her forehead with her hand. All right, enough. Go find your little Eric, Fang Mo impatiently waved his hand, and the door opened automatically. I don't need your banter. I've reached my quota for sarcasm. Then I'll take my leave, Raven nodded and prepared to leave. But just as she was about to leave, she heard Fang Mo's voice from behind, wait. Raven turned around and saw something being thrown towards her. She instinctively caught it and realized it was a heavy golden apple. Eat it when you have the chance, Fang Mo said. Eric's path won't be easy, and when you face hardships, remember not to give up. Thank you. Raven held the golden apple and looked deeply at Fang Mo. She knew it was valuable. I hope you can also pursue what you truly desire. Alright, enough with the sentimentality. Close the door when you leave. Fang Mo impatiently waved his hand. Raven didn't say anything and turned around to leave, closing the door behind her. Once Raven was gone, Fang Mo's composed demeanor vanished. He quickly jumped off the couch and excitedly ran towards the bathroom. Ha ha ha, it's time to embrace the power of customized Steve. Chapter 99, Chapter 98. I must say, the Steve custom mod is incredibly enjoyable. Unlike other mods, this one doesn't introduce new items or gameplay features. Its sole purpose is to alter Steve's texture and 3D model, transforming him from a blocky character into something more refined. However, using this mod in the game can be quite limiting. Players need to find a suitable MMD model with either a PMX or PMD file extension, which can be a challenging task. Additionally, the mod conflicts with many other mods, including high-definition texture packs. For instance, if you want to load a model of Jotaro Kujo from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, you'd first have to locate the specific model. Even then, if the model is too rigid, the movements may appear uncoordinated, necessitating additional adjustments. To be honest, unless you're an expert, figuring out these intricacies can be quite difficult for the average player. However, it's important to note that the issues mentioned above are specific to the game. In the case of Fang Mo's stand, Steve Awakening, these concerns don't apply. As previously mentioned, the Steve custom mod is akin to the Super Backpack mod, both of which are lightweight and offer unique experiences. When Fang Mo unlocked the Super Backpack, it wasn't just Steve who gained something, Fang Mo himself acquired an extra space in his mind. And now, the same principle applies. Fang Mo discovered that both he and Steve possess the ability to swap models, and the models don't need to be sourced from the internet anymore. As long as he can construct the corresponding model in his mind, both Fang Mo and Steve can transform in countless ways. Truly, the Steve custom mod is a delightful experience. Fang Mo spent the entire night playing with Steve. Well, that doesn't quite capture it. Fang Mo spent the entire night transforming and experimenting with Steve. That doesn't sound right either. Let's just say Fang Mo and Steve thoroughly tested different transformations throughout the night. That's definitely a more accurate description. After a night of exploration, Fang Mo learned various tricks. He discovered that his modeling ability extends beyond just altering Steve's appearance. He can even create clothing, although it becomes a part of his body and cannot be removed. In this aspect, the mod bears a resemblance to characters like Mystique from X-Men or A-Train from The Boys, where their clothing changes alongside their transformations. This convenience brings Fang Mo relief, as he no longer has to worry about his pants tearing when carrying a rocket launcher. However, just as Fang Mo was tinkering all night and had barely fallen asleep for 5 minutes, a knock echoed on his door. "Who's there? Who dares to disturb me this early in the morning?" Fang Mo sat up on his bed, visibly displeased, and waved his hand towards the door. Unfortunately, due to his groggy state, Fang Mo's control over the gravitational field faltered slightly. The next moment, a loud bang resounded as the entire door was violently torn from its frame. Outside the door, Charles stood in a state of perpetual knocking, looking puzzled. Sorry. Charles instinctively apologized. "I didn't expect you to be in such a foul mood in the morning. Maybe I should have asked Emma to wake you up, so we could save money on door repairs." "It's fine. I'll get you an iron door later." Fang Mo rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. "You don't usually come to disturb me. What's the matter?" "The Soviet Union has taken action under Sebastian's instigation." Charles summarized the situation, saying, "When we captured Sebastian previously, it alerted their military. With Sebastian's influence, the Soviets now believe that the United States intends to invade their territory. As a result, they've decided to expedite the deployment of missile bases in Cuba." "Is that all?" Upon hearing this, Fang Mo simply lay back down. "You guys can handle it yourselves. I'm going back to sleep." "But Sebastian took a hydrogen bomb with him," Charles added. "That treacherous scoundrel." Fang Mo jolted up from the bed. "Rascals like Sebastian should face justice from everyone. Wheelchair man, attack! I shall bring forth justice." Charles wanted to mock Fang Mo, but he didn't dare. After all, the little wooden stick still rested on Fang Mo's bedside. A few days ago, when Emma came to chat, Fango jokingly referred to it as something related to Charles's treasure. He definitely wouldn't dare to speak recklessly now. In any case, driven by the threat of a hydrogen bomb, these mutants quickly prepared themselves. They gathered in Hank's laboratory to obtain their uniforms. However, upon arrival, they found the place in disarray. Beakers, test tubes, and broken instruments were scattered all over the floor, and Hank was nowhere to be found. Using his telepathic abilities, Charles discovered that Hank had fled to a warehouse. Deciding to retrieve Hank later, they proceeded to don their uniforms. "Do we really have to wear these?" Alex couldn't help but voice his dissatisfaction upon seeing the peculiar yellow and black uniforms. "Aren't they hideous? Since we're unable to withstand supergravity or stop bullets, it's better to wear something that provides protection," Charles shrugged. He didn't mind the uniforms at all. In fact, they fostered a sense of unity among the team, a feeling he quite liked. However, troublemakers always exist in this world. "Sorry, but I can withstand supergravity and stop bullets," Fango interjected, raising his hand. "So whoever wants to wear this abomination can go ahead." "I'm not going to wear it." "No wonder you can't match up to Sebastian. Your sense of style is about to go extinct, seriously." "Fine." Charles nodded helplessly. There was no other choice. After all, the strong do as they please. Once dressed in their uniforms, the team assembled at the airfield, and Charles went alone to find Hank. When Hank arrived at the airfield, everyone was taken aback by his appearance. Previously, Hank was a tall, slender, handsome, and shy young man who wore glasses, giving him a distinct scientist-like appearance. But now, for some inexplicable reason, he had transformed into a true humanoid beast. His face resembled that of a monkey or baboon, his once slender limbs had become heavily muscular, and he was covered in blue fur. He exuded an intimidating aura. "What the hell? Isn't this Chendong in his later years?" Fango couldn't help but mock. "He even got himself new skin. Wow, classic dream blue, right?" "Roar!" Hank growled angrily, although he refrained from attacking Fango directly. Instead, he punched the wall beside him, leaving a small dent. What happened?" Darwin expressed his concern. "Man, what's going on with you?" "I created a mutant serum to eliminate physical abnormalities," Hank explained, gripping his head with both hands. "However, the serum didn't remove those cells, it enhanced them instead. My research failed." "No, it's quite the opposite." Fango stroked his chin and said, "I believe your research was a success. At a time like this, could you please stop pouring oil on the fire?" Logan sighed while rubbing his forehead. "Can't you see he's upset?" "But I'm telling the truth," Fango shrugged. "Think about it. The serum didn't eliminate the mutant factor, it enhanced it. Just imagine Hank punching a hole in the wall with a single fist. What he created is truly revolutionary. It can significantly increase the combat capabilities of mutants, and it's permanent. Isn't that amazing?" Eric seemed to grasp the concept. So, he truly is a genius. Nevertheless, the sensitive Hank couldn't bear it any longer. He grabbed Eric by the throat and growled, "Roar! Don't mock me!" "Hank, what are you doing? Let him go!" Charles hastily intervened. Stay calm, stay calm. He didn't mean to mock you." Reluctantly, Hank released Eric, who immediately clutched his throat and coughed. "Man, you look truly extraordinary now," Sean, the Banshee, chimed in. "No offense, but I can't help but wonder if you can still fly this plane." "Nonsense!" Hank shouted in anger before realizing his inappropriate reaction. Suppressing his instincts, he calmly added, "I'm the one who designed this plane." Regardless of the minor incidents, the team boarded the plane and headed towards the Cuban blockade. During this time, Charles briefed everyone on the gathered intelligence. To begin, the Red Devil had betrayed their side after witnessing Fango's strength. Although they handed him over to the CIA for interrogation, the Red Devil, being a teleporter, managed to escape. It's still 1962, and people lack the knowledge to deal with mutants effectively, giving him a quick getaway. The Red Devil subsequently contacted Sebastian, learning about his plans for an expedited execution. Sebastian had acquired more powerful weapons, and he informed Emma about everything. Emma, possessing telepathic abilities herself, collaborated with Charles using a makeshift brainwave amplifier. With her assistance, Charles accessed confidential information from the Soviet side, uncovering the theft of a hydrogen bomb. Combining the information from both sides, it became clear that Sebastian possessed the hydrogen bomb. However, their intentions remained uncertain. Sebastian might aim to use the weapon directly or find a way to absorb its energy. Regardless, they had to stop him, otherwise, this war fanatic would undoubtedly trigger a nuclear war between the United States and the Soviet Union. It must be acknowledged that this beastly scientist possessed remarkable talent. The plane he designed was incredibly fast, swiftly bringing the team to the scene near the Cuban blockade. At this moment, the US and Soviet fleets confronted each other, separated by a distance of about 12 nautical miles, engaged in intense naval artillery fire. Within the center of these two fleets, a colossal cargo ship sailed slowly. It transported crucial supplies, including missiles, and was en route to Cuba for the deployment of missile bases. Observing the situation, the tension was palpable. If left unchecked, a full-scale war would soon erupt. Chapter 100, Chapter 99. They appear to be warning the Aral Sea cargo ship, Beast Hank said as he piloted the plane. He turned to the other members and continued, I've intercepted some of their communication, but it's unclear whether it's a signal from the Allied forces or the Soviet forces. Nevertheless, the Aral Sea hasn't paid any attention to it, which is strange. Charles? Eric turned to his friend, Charles. Charles didn't speak but instead placed 2 fingers on his temple, closed his eyes, and activated his telepathic powers. After a moment, he furrowed his brow and opened his eyes, saying, the crew of the Aral Sea is all dead. Sebastian has been there. He guided that ship towards the embargo line, intending to start a nuclear war. Once that ship crosses the line, the military will immediately attack it, Charles explained. Agent Moira, who was sitting nearby, heard this and quickly spoke up, the Soviets won't sit idly by and watch their own ships get bombed. Once they engage, the war will become irreversible. Is Sebastian still on that ship? Eric asked Charles, concerned. Is he planning to absorb the energy from the bombings? He probably won't, Charles shook his head. I didn't sense his presence on the ship. There's no one alive on board, he must have already returned to his own submarine. Exactly, he just wants to start a war, White Queen Emma nodded beside them. The reactor's energy is enough for him to squander. He won't show up just to absorb that little bit of energy, it would be meaningless and add unnecessary variables. What do we do now? Eric asked. Do we wait for these 2 countries to go to war? Or do either of you plan to go down and explain the story to them? Perhaps there's a simpler way, Emma shrugged and looked towards Charles, not far away. Let me try, Charles closed his eyes and attempted to activate his telepathic abilities. It must be said that Charles truly deserves to be called one of the most powerful telepaths in the world. Even from a distance of more than 10 nautical miles, he directly controlled a soldier on the Soviet ship using his psychic power. Charles controlled the soldier to press a button, and soon a missile was launched from the Soviet military vessel. Surprisingly, the missile didn't attack the Allied ship. Instead, it flew towards their own transport behemoth, the Aral Sea. It struck the middle section of the cargo ship, resulting in a bright explosion. The massive cargo ship was instantly engulfed in flames and turned into a fireball, completely destroyed. What's going on? The commander on the main vessel of the Allied forces exclaimed, watching the cargo ship turn into flames. What the hell are those Soviets playing at? Sir, the target has been destroyed, one of his subordinates reported. What should we do now? Should we attack the Soviet fleet? No, get sync on the line, the commander ordered with a furrowed brow. I need to customize a new deployment plan. Meanwhile, on the Soviet side, there was also an expression of disbelief on their faces. Congratulations, comrade, the commander of the Soviet fleet smiled at the soldier who had just controlled the missile. You have successfully prevented a nuclear war. What? The soldier who had been released from the telepathic control asked, puzzled. Commander, what did I just do? Take him to the brig, the commander ordered, waving his hand. Several soldiers escorted the confused comrade away. It seems Charles was successful, Eric observed as he saw the giant cargo ship engulfed in flames below. But next time, Professor, give us a heads up, Beast couldn't help but turn his head and say. That missile almost hit our wing. Sorry, I'll be more careful next time, Charles apologized, hearing the remark. Charles let out a sigh of relief. Although it was indeed a close call, fortunately, the cargo ship had finally sunk. Now, neither side had a reason to start a war, and they had made significant progress in preventing the war. Charles, you did a splendid job just now. You stopped a war, Agent Moira commended. Now, all we need to do is find Sebastian, and we can put an end to all of this. But I can't pinpoint his location accurately, Charles admitted. He must be hiding somewhere, and my telepathy isn't working. He's down there, and we have to find him, Eric said, his emotions escalating. He pointed down and declared, I want to kill him with my own hands and put an end to all of this. Perhaps someone knows his whereabouts, Raven suddenly spoke up, looking at White Queen Emma nearby. He must be hiding in the submarine, Emma shrugged and didn't conceal the information. The central part of the submarine has an energy chamber, and I made the walls around it to block telepathic sensing. He's probably hiding there, absorbing the energy from the reactor. However, how to find that submarine is up to you. What? Beast reacted in surprise. We're in an airplane right now. We don't have underwater sonar. Well, that's a problem, everyone was momentarily at a loss, unsure of what to do. However, at that moment, Fang Mo's voice suddenly rang out. Who said we don't have sonar? Hey! Everyone turned their attention to Fang Mo, realizing that he might have a solution. They looked at Banshee Shan, who seemed to grasp his role and wore a confident smile. Just as Banshee Shan was about to stand up, Fang Mo patted his shoulder. Young man, do you like anime? Hey! Shan was stunned. What's that? Yes, it's still 1962, and modern things like anime haven't appeared yet, Fang Mo explained, realizing Shan's lack of knowledge. But let me teach you a trick. Close your eyes and focus. Anime is actually, Minasan, Konikawa, or Wa Okinchin Ga Daijiki Nandeo. The best. Nana. Fang Mo quietly whispered to Shan, do you understand? This is sonar. Shan didn't know what Fang Mo was talking about. He just felt a sudden splitting headache, and he started feeling a bit nauseous, with the word Na filling his mind. And Emma, silently observing the whole process, felt that she hadn't been mistaken about Fang Mo. He might truly be some kind of indescribable entity wearing human skin. Just with a few words, he caused a similar mental pollution effect comparable to her own psychic attacks. What's wrong with you, Shan? Charles noticed his changed demeanor and asked. Professor, I'm feeling a bit unwell, Shan held his chest and expressed discomfort. What? Charles was taken aback by Shan's condition. But before Charles could say anything, Fang Mo directly patted Shan's shoulder with one hand and said, Hey, Shan, buddy, why are you hesitating at this crucial moment? Adjust yourself quickly, we're counting on you. Hank, open the hatch. Okay. Hank, who had been in the cockpit all along and was unaware of what was happening, pressed a button upon hearing Fang Mo's words. Soon, the rear deck of the plane slowly opened, revealing the ocean below. Eric, you go with him too. Fang Mo patted Banshee Shan's shoulder while speaking to Magneto Eric. Once Shan finds the target, you can use your magnetic powers to pull the submarine up. Can you do it? Don't worry, I've never let go, Eric nodded. I can't wait to meet him. You're reliable, as always, Fang Mo gave a thumbs up to Eric and then walked to the back of the plane with Shan. Charles followed suit and started to work on Shan's mindset. Shan, remember, it's just a piece of muscle, Charles lightly patted Shan's back. You can control it, believe in yourself. Professor, Shan was about to say something to Charles, but Fang Mo suddenly slapped him on the back and said, All right, young man, be brave. Remember, N.A. Fang Mo's strength was much greater than Charles's, and his slap sent Shan tumbling down. In fact, in the original story, the Banshee could fly using sonic reflections. He had been trained in this aspect at Charles's mansion and had already mastered his flying ability to some extent. Charles intended for Shan to glide over the sea using sonic waves and try to locate the submarine. However, what no one expected was that when Banshee Shan jumped off the plane, he was about to open his mouth and emit a sonic wave to fly. But at this crucial moment, he suddenly yawned. The sonic wave didn't emit, and Shan plunged into the water without a sound. This strange action left everyone on the plane dumbfounded, including Charles, who was frozen in place. Did I push him too hard? Charles spoke with a skeptical tone. No, this actually has nothing to do with you, Logan calmly responded, smoking a cigar. I learned a phrase during the Red Devil invasion that I think is suitable here. What is it? Charles looked at him puzzled. Master yourself, master the enemy. Logan glanced at Fang Mo, who was quietly amused. He calls such people blind monks. And now, he is Li Shan.
Thanks for listening.